Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. That's right, this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the dragon, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is August 25th. It is 2:31 p.m. Starting about a minute late, sorry for that. But we're here with you every Sunday talking about what's happening in the world and how it's affecting you. There's a lot of breaking news that's come out today. We're going to talk a little bit about that. The changes in the election that happened on Friday. This has been, I've never seen an election like this before. 56 years, never seen an election like this before. We have seen this summer has been astounding with the things that have changed, the things that have been revealed to us, and now we are dealing with the impact of that. And there is a lot of impact, and we're seeing that just not in the United States, but globally as well. We'll talk a little bit about that. Of course, we'll be taking your questions in the chat, your questions, your thoughts, different subjects that you think are important. Now, for those who are new to the channel, I know there's a lot of you out there. I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, which includes responding to your comments, your chats, and your super chats, as well as phone calls. You can always call into the program at 929-715-8569. The phone is in and on, so you can do that anytime. And we want you to know that we are always happy to have you here with us because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak about these things. It's not just an American principle. It is a principle of the world. And whether the internet overlords or any partisan organization or your government, whether they like it or not, that's what we do. And we will continue to do that with your support. So we're going to get right into it today. There's just a lot of stuff to cover. And for those who are new to the channel, just to let you know, what we normally do is we start off with any breaking news that may have been happening. We then go into the international. We generally take a break for about an hour in there so I can walk my dog. And then we come back and we talk about the domestic issues that are affecting America directly. And in all of this, we look at not just what's happening, but how is it going to affect you? What are the consequences going forward? And we do that interactively because this is a conversation with you. And you are always welcome to call in or to leave a chat on whatever you think is important. So let's go right into it there. And it's been quite the summer. I mean, I've never seen a summer quite like this. It's incredible. We have seen so many changes to the American system of everything. I've never seen that before. We are definitely in a time of change, and if this summer is if it is any indication, then this election will redefine the world. Not just America, but the world. But there is breaking news, and I did want to address that first. The breaking news, of course, is what's happening in the Middle East. This morning at 6:30 a.m., we became aware of the fact that Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon have been trading blows, that they have been shooting rockets and missiles and jets and drones at each other. The news was breaking on all channels. This is Deutsche Welle and some of their coverage on that. Matter of fact, let me play a little bit of that for you.
A militant group based in Lebanon say they have launched attacks against each other. Israel says its armed forces struck thousands of missile sites to prevent a large-scale attack on its territory. Hezbollah says it has launched a large number of drones against Israel in retaliation for the killing of one of its commanders in Beirut last month.
Okay, so let's stop right there. What we have understood is about 100 jets, Israeli jets, flew into Lebanon and struck many of the bases, the temporary bases of Hezbollah. Hezbollah is an international terrorist organization. They, like Hamas, like the Houthi rebels in the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, are proxies for Iran. So every time you hear the word Hezbollah, you hear Houthi, you hear the word Hamas, think Iran. This is all an outreach of Iran, very much like the fighting in the Ukraine is an outreach of the United States, if we're being honest. So these are proxies, puppets of Iran. And as we have seen that negotiations and talks of ceasefire in Hamas with Gaza have been ongoing, we have seen that Iran has continued to put pressure on Israel, both in its north, with Hezbollah attacking, as well as attacks from the Houthis in the Red Sea, and of course once directly by Iran itself, who have promised they too will be attacking Israel at some point. Now, this obviously puts a lot of pressure on the United States. We've seen that the United States has increased its military presence in the Mediterranean Sea and around Israel to further supplement the Israeli defense. But this has been an escalation separate of what we've seen with Hamas. As you heard from Deutsche Welle, they believe that this is in response, or we're hearing Lebanon, I can't speak today. We are hearing that Hezbollah is saying that this is in response to one of their members being killed in Iran, and that has been alleged by Israel having done so. But these are terrorist leaders we're talking about. Terrorists that were killed. And the terrorists are pissed off that their people got killed. Iran is embarrassed that the terrorists, their proxies, their puppets, were not safe on Iranian soil and were killed there. So that's why Iran is involved. They're embarrassed. So they're trying to show their strength amongst the rest of the Middle East nations. Hezbollah is saying you can't get away with this, and they're just trying to be terrorists. They're just responding very much like what we see with Hamas and with the Houthi terrorists as well. And what we understand from the reporting, not just from what we're seeing in Deutsche Welle, but across the globe, it is estimated, I believe the New York Times estimated, there were 6,000 missiles being prepared to be fired all at once at Israel. That is an overwhelming number. This is missiles and rockets, also drones that were being prepared to all be launched at the same time. The reason for this is in the past, when we have seen hundreds, 1 or 2 or 300 rockets and missiles being fired at Israel, Israel's Iron Dome, which is a U.S. Military installation, a defensive platform, was able to knock out 99% of all of the missiles, rockets, and drones. And again, we find today, the earliest reports are saying that 90% of the missiles and rockets and drones were knocked out of the sky by the Iron Dome system again. We found that very little has actually gotten through. In fact, I believe, yes, this is according to BBC, and according to the BBC, there have only been 3 individuals in Lebanon that died, and no one in Israel has been killed. There was very little damage. Now, this is kind of important to understand because it seems like Hezbollah was caught off guard, that Israel preemptively jumped in, saw the preparations that Hezbollah and Iran were making to try and overwhelm the Iron Dome system. to attack not just northern Israel, but central Israel as well, to attack the Israeli people by shock and attack the civilians. Seeing that threat, Israel launched 100 of its fighters, attacked the missile bases and the mobile launch platforms of Hezbollah provided by Iran, and destroyed many of them, reducing the number of missiles that could be fired in retaliation. Hezbollah, seeing that they were losing the capability to fire 6,000 missiles, fired at least an initial salvo of over 300 missiles, rockets, and drones out. Now, I know that it was reported by DW that these were drones that were fired, but in reporting internationally, we've seen it's missiles, rockets, and drones, not just drones by themselves. Regardless, they were nullified effectively by Israel, and Israel effectively knocked out many of the installations of Hezbollah, stopping their ability to continue to fight, to attack civilians. And I think that's an important difference there in what we're talking about. Israel was attacking terrorists at their military installations. Hezbollah was attacking civilians because they're terrorists. And for people who keep saying, oh my God, well, the terrorists have rights. I'm sorry, they're terrorists. Let's call this for what it is. So this has been big news, and both sides, both Hezbollah and Israel, have said, while they are not continuing to do any more actions today, that doesn't prevent them from continuing to fight tomorrow. So we could see tomorrow or any day in the future, we could see Israel saying, nope, there's still 5,000 more missile locations, attacking sites from Hezbollah that exist. Let's go and take them out. And they could do it again tomorrow or the day after, whenever it may be. And conversely, we could see Hezbollah say, well, we've only got 2,000 missiles left. We're going to fire all of them at once if we can, and they may try and do that. So Hezbollah has made it clear this is only the first wave, that they do intend to attack civilians again, at presumably, if they're talking about 1 out of 3 phases, 1 out of 5 phases, we don't know, that there will be multiple efforts to attack civilians in Israel because terrorists were killed. I don't find that to be equivalent. I don't find that to be a fair trade. That because terrorists who are combatants, who are military, that they're dying, they get to attack civilians. That is never an answer, which is why we know Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis are terrorists. They attack civilians. You know, you could say it, to simplify it, they don't fight fair. They're attacking moms and kids. And whether or not you love Israel or not, it doesn't matter. Israel isn't going out of its way to attack moms and kids. Does that happen? Is there collateral? Absolutely. But they're targeting the combatants. And the combatants, knowing that they cannot withstand the abilities of Israel, decide to use women and children as shields, going into hospitals, into schools, into apartment buildings, to use civilians to protect themselves, even though they don't give other civilians that same privilege, that same respect of not attacking them. No, they directly target civilians. And that's really terrifying. Now, by the way, someone let me know if, I know it's, we're broadcasting right now on Rumble, we're on YouTube and Facebook and DLive. So if someone can just let me know that you are hearing this properly, that it's going through, because I know recently we have been encountering some difficulties from YouTube and from Facebook in being able to speak with you about all of these issues. So if anyone can just shoot me out a quick shot, let me know that you can hear it all properly. So I think this is incredibly important news. I think this is a problem that we need an answer for. And it's important because as we continue to see this increase, this conflict, because Iran still, they have promised they are going to attack Israel directly again. That would only be the second time in history that they have done that since the Ayatollah has been in office in 1980. This would be only the second time. That shows that they do not fear the United States retaliating against Iran and in our support of Israel, our only ally in the Middle East. It shows that they believe they can get away with this. Now, I don't think that's the case, but that's what Iran thinks. And Iran has been stepping up its aggression. And as we can see, they're looking to have thousands of missiles created by Iran, used by their proxies, their terrorist cohorts in these countries, and Hamas. We're talking about Hezbollah and the Houthis in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Gaza. They're using them to attack civilians because Iran thinks they can get away with it. We need to hear from the United States government. We need to hear from whoever is in charge of America because we have a huge impact on this. Iran would never do this if they thought the United States would react. If they thought that the United States was going to stand by our only ally in the Middle East and to prevent these missiles and rockets from attacking and to take out the various missile and drone sites in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Gaza. That's what I truly believe. I think that's the truth of the matter. I think that's the reality of the situation. But I can't be sure. But one thing is sure, we don't know who's in charge. What is the United States response? So far, I have not seen a response from the United States. And that was up until we started the show. So there may be, if anyone is aware of the United States announcing something, I'm not aware of it. But this started before Joe Biden would wake up. First of all, it's the weekend. So Joe Biden doesn't work on the weekends. He's a part-time zombie president. So he doesn't work on the weekends. And he only works from between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. I believe this definitely works into the mathematics, the planning of Israel and its proxy terrorist organizations in terms of their attacks. They know Joe Biden, even if he wanted to respond, he would not be cognizant nor capable of responding until well after everything is already done and settled, as is the case we are seeing today, which would mean we need the 25th Amendment. Joe Biden needs to be removed because the United States should have had some kind of response by now. The United States should have said or done something at this point to try and bring stability, to help our ally, and to keep some level of calm in the Middle East, if at all possible. But that's not the case. And Kamala Harris, the newly appointed, anointed, coronated Democratic nominee for the 2024 election, a vice president, where is she? She has no comment on this. She has avoided all press conferences, all conversations with the public. She has, yes, she's given speeches, which mean nothing. That's not policy. That's just her campaigning. That's just her trying to raise money and get votes. She has not made a definitive stance or clarified her position on what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening with Gaza and Hamas, what's happening with the American hostages. She has been as vague and as incomplete as is possible. She has zero policy. And this is the time that we need to have policy. If it cannot come from Joe Biden, it should be coming from Kamala Harris, who currently holds the vice president position. And she is not. Who is running this nation? Who was in charge of America at 6:30 a.m. on August 25th, this Sunday, this morning, as we were being told that hundreds of missiles were being fired, hundreds of jets were flying, and thousands of missiles may be following up. Where was the United States? Who was in charge? It's a question you will not hear from the mainstream news media. They refuse to ask this question. It is essential. It is critical. It is the entire point why we have the United States press and why they have additional privileges on top of the First Amendment to ask these questions of our elected leaders. Where is the leadership? We need it now. We can't wait. We can't wait until after November. We can't wait until January of 2025. Things are happening in the world as we speak. We need a leader. We need a plan. I'm not asking for the best plan. I'm not asking for a perfect plan. I'm not asking for a plan that's going to even work. To be honest, I'm not asking for them to be successful. I'm asking for them to do something, to show some form of leadership. They could be wrong. We can course correct, but do something. Be more than a zombie watching and just observing what is happening to our allies, where at the same time that we have Americans being held hostage almost for 11 months that have been tortured and sexually abused virtually every single day that they have been captured. These very same proxy terrorists of Iran killed 34 Americans. This is not mentioned enough. The news media wants to not discuss this because you might not vote Democrat. They may not be able to fortify the 2024 election. So they don't want to talk about this. They don't want to remind you that Hamas, the proxy of Iran, killed 34 Americans without warning, each and every one of them a civilian. Hamas killed babies without warning for no reason. That Hamas took 22 Americans hostage for no reason, tortured them, released 3 of them, and 19 of those Americans continue to be tortured. And we believe, as much of the world has been reporting, that these Americans are all dead now. Not because of Israel, but because of Hamas. And I've said this many times on this channel before. If it were Israel responsible for the hostages dying, Hamas would have told us everything. They would have given us every single detail, all of the evidence, because it helps their case. That's not what happened. They refuse. In fact, this week was the 12th time in 10 months that Hamas has been offered a ceasefire. And the number one condition for that ceasefire, which would be an immediate ceasefire, something that we have heard the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressives in Chicago and throughout the Democratic Party have been screaming. Harvard and Columbia, Binghamton University have been protesting and having autonomous zones built up, all to say, well, there should be a ceasefire. Every time there has been a ceasefire that has been offered, 12 times, the one condition that has been asked for is release the hostages alive or dead. And Hamas has said no. Every single time. 12 times they have said no, they will not release the hostages. And I have to ask all of the members of the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive movement, the Democrats, I have to ask them, why are you pissed at Israel? It's Hamas that the terrorists will not give up the hostages. There's your problem. You want to put pressure on someone? It's not Israel. Put the pressure on Hamas. They will get a ceasefire immediately. Within 24 hours, they will have a ceasefire backed by the United States to guarantee they will stop fighting if they give back the hostages. And they won't. Why are you asking Israel, who keeps saying, we will stop fighting if you give us back our hostages? If you give the world back their hostages? There are members of the United Kingdom that are still held hostage. I believe the number is 9. 9 hostages are held by Hamas of British citizens. There are individuals from all of Europe and Southeast Asia as well. What's going on? By the way, Hot Chicks, I do see that you're with us. Thank you for giving us a thumbs up there. Again, these are things that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about. And in all of the confusion, all of the discussion this week about the 2024 election, about the Democratic National Convention in the Democratic National Committee and their convention in Chicago this week, everyone's been talking about Kamala Harris. Everyone has forgotten that Joe Biden exists. Joe Biden refuses to give up the presidency, which means we need the 25th Amendment, that he needs to be removed because he cannot do the job. And Democrats know it. And they tossed him aside because of it, which means he should be gone. And this is an example of why this is absolutely critical, absolutely important. According to Israel, in talking about the news from earlier today, they have said, and I quote, they believe that the success of their operations yesterday, this morning, prevented an escalation to a major war. This threat is still there. They still need a settlement of this situation with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. This was said by Michael Herzog, an Israeli ambassador to the United States. And this is important. They have, again, we know that Hezbollah and Iran said that they were going to directly attack Israel because a terrorist leader was killed. And because one terrorist leader was killed, Hezbollah and Iran decided to attack civilians. Does that make sense to you? That's terrorist. That is an act of terror. And they decided, Hezbollah, that they were going to try and fire 6,000 missiles all at once to overwhelm the defenses of Israel and the United States so that they could kill civilians in their homes, not just in northern, on the border of Lebanon and Israel, but in central Israel as well. That's evil. That is an act of evil. That's what they were trying to commit, an act of evil. It doesn't matter what your politics are. That is what was happening. That is what they planned. Israel stopped that. Whether you like Israel or not, they stopped an act of evil, attacking the terrorists, not civilians, the terrorists, and taking away their capability, or diminishing their capability at the very least, of being able to commit an atrocity. An atrocity on a scale very few places in the world have seen. If people disagree with me on this, I'm happy to hear your voice. I know that this is being massively suppressed. I know that YouTube and Facebook and some of the other social media giants don't want you to hear about this. They do not want to discuss this. They do not want you to have to consider the consequences of this. What it reveals about the American government as we go closer and closer into this election. Now that we have seen Kamala Harris coronated, and we see she has failed, and we need leadership in America, and we are not getting that. The world is not getting American leadership. You might not vote Democrat, so they don't want to have this conversation. They do not want to discuss this. They are terrified of the progressive left, which is a large portion of American left-leaning news media. And the left-leaning news media support the terrorists. Harvard and Columbia, UCLA, Binghamton University, Cornell University, colleges across America that train and indoctrinate our news media, the next generation of reporters and journalists. They went to these colleges. They were taught, as we are seeing now, that genocide is okay if you have the right politics. And the right politics is to align with the proxy terrorists of Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. That's what they have taught. That's why they have had their students protest to support genocide, to support terrorism. You should be scared of this. And that's why the news media does not want to talk about this. If there is anyone on the left that wants to dispute this with me, if they would like to try and go through the record, all of the evidence, and tell me, Mike, you misunderstand the facts as they exist. This is not about my feeling. These are the facts. This is what exists. at this time. It is empirical. Empirical. And that's why they don't want to talk about it, because they cannot defend this. That once you take away the temporary emotion and think about this for more than 30 seconds, you understand that there is evil in the world, and it isn't what's coming from Israel, it's the terrorists. There's a reason why we call them terrorists, because of their actions, and they are justifying that label, that name that has been put on them. They are terrorists. All right, let me continue. So that's some of the breaking news that's been coming out today. And I know, let me check something real quick. 1 second, folks. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's funny because I'm being told that no one is able to see this right now. I'm being told by some of the social media giants that no one can see this information, that no one can see this conversation. Meanwhile, right now I'm going in and I'm checking live, and I know that there are people who are watching this. I can see the people who are watching this on Rumble and on YouTube, and I know that the numbers that I'm being told are incorrect. They don't want you to see this, folks. They are trying hard to suppress this. It is only because of your like, your share, your comment, your super chats, your support, especially subscribing, is the only reason that we are able to have this voice out here talking to you about the reality of what is affecting not just the United States, but the rest of the world. Because if the Middle East isn't stable, if Hezbollah and Hamas and the terrorists think that they can get away with acts of terror, attacking civilians in one part of the world, they will do so in every part of the world. Nobody is safe. Nobody will be safe. And to that point, let me be very clear. I mean, there is some other breaking news, but to that point, I want to address something. I'm just waiting for my computer to catch up with me. Bear with. So there's this news. To the point, when the terrorists think they can get away with anything, they try everything. And we see that here in Germany, where ISIS has returned. ISIS is looking at what is happening in the Middle East right now. They know that Joe Biden is a zombie part-time president, that he is not actively involved in running America, that there is no clear chain of leadership, and taking advantage of that, taking advantage of the EU being passive, and they're fighting amongst themselves in the European Union. You've got France who are trying to move ever further left, ever more progressive, trying to become more and more like the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, as they make that movement. And we see the rest of Europe is trying to go to center right, which essentially would mean they would be moderate Democrats here in the United States, that they would stop moving left even for a second. That confusion has allowed things like what we see in Germany. A suspect has come out and admitted, one, he is a member of ISIS. They have admitted that they committed a stabbing. They went in and mass stabbed individuals because they weren't Islamic the way Islamic State, ISIS, wants them to be. It was a mass stabbing. You don't need guns for a mass murder. You don't need guns to have violence. We see that around the world, and this is the most recent case of it in Germany. We saw it in England, which led to nationwide riots throughout the entire United Kingdom because of something just like this, where an individual went out and said, here it is. The attack occurred at a festival in Friday evening in a market square. Live bands were playing. Do you notice they love to attack people while they're watching a band? Because you're distracted, because your guard is down. And they attacked these concert goers, and he decided he was going to attack. The suspect went out and started stabbing people, trying to kill them because they weren't Muslims. That's it. And he claimed responsibility. He's a 26-year-old Syrian man in Germany because Germany has open borders. Because the EU, in their effort to be more and more progressive, opened up their border and said anyone can come in. And that open border allowed this member of ISIS, a terrorist organization, to enter into Germany along with legitimate refugees. And all you need is one. And he got in and he decided you don't believe what he believes. Therefore, he was entitled to kill people. And he did. He attacked and killed with a knife. Now, in Friedrich Merz, a prominent politician who leads the opposition, he is on the center right. He's not a progressive. And he said, it's enough. They have to stop admitting more refugees from Syria and Afghanistan because of their connection to ISIS. And the proof is in the pudding that one of those refugees was a member of ISIS. He was not fully vetted because open borders. He was allowed to enter without anyone checking, and that led to the attacks. A stabbing rampage. It has nothing to do with guns. It has to do with open borders. It has to do with trying to be more progressive than you were the day before. The constant move towards the left. It doesn't work for Europe. Why do we think it's going to work in the United States? Why do we think it has worked in the United States? The evidence is in front of us. We saw that throughout the month in the United Kingdom. We're seeing that in Germany. What does it take for people to wake up and understand the problem as it exists? Maybe no one's ever told people directly to their face, this is what's going on. Maybe no one's ever asked people to consider that. And again, I say to anyone on the left, if you think I am wrong, if you think I misunderstand the circumstances, the evidence, the facts as they exist, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Let's have that conversation. Please assure me of why I am wrong and why the world is more peaceful or more successfully peaceful under a more progressive movement. Please give me that evidence. I have not seen it anywhere in the world. I listen to Deutsche Welle. And the Israeli Times, BBC, The Guardian, ABC News, the New York Times. I follow international news from at least 15 different countries on a regular basis. I see no evidence that being more progressive and open borders has been more productive in increasing stability or safety in the world. It has been the exact opposite. It has led to instability and more danger and more people dying. It has led to the growth of terrorist organizations and their attacks against civilians. That's the evidence that I see. Is there anyone on the left who is willing to say, Mike, here is the evidence that proves me wrong? No. There never is. And every single one of these politicians, whether it's AOC, Ilhan Omar, the Squad, the progressives, they never want to answer this. They ignore this. They'd rather say, you just don't understand and walk away. Of course they don't understand because I'm looking at the evidence and you're telling me the exact opposite of what the evidence, what the facts say, because you have a feeling. And that's their answers. But they feel. They feel. Who cares how you feel? Your feel did not stop ISIS from entering into Germany and trying to kill people. Your feelings didn't work. Your feelings made it possible. Your feelings said, well, borders don't exist. Everyone should be able to enter. There should be no vetting. And when you didn't vet these individuals from areas where you know ISIS is trying to infiltrate, they have told you for years that they are using the refugees to infiltrate other nations. They've told us this. Excuse me, I've covered this many times. They have told us that they are using the refugees to infiltrate countries, and that results in events like what we see in Germany, like what we see in the United Kingdom with children being stabbed. It's like what we see here in the United States. Am I making sense? Are people not catching that? Is the evidence not clear somehow? I understand. The left may have a feeling. I have evidence. I have empirical, absolute evidence. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. But there is other breaking news today, besides the attack in the Middle East, which is highlighting the fact that we have no leadership in the United States, that no one knows who is in charge of the United States at this moment. Nobody has any clue. We have a zombie part-time president, and we don't know who's in charge, and it's not Kamala Harris, apparently, because she's too afraid to tell anyone what she actually stands for, what she actually thinks. She's terrified of telling that because she knows she will lose votes. And instead of doing that, she is being silent, which does not help America or our allies or global prosperity and peace. It is actually detrimental to all of that by her being silent, by her refusing to have a press conference, to answer questions of reporters, to provide the public with any of her policies. She is hurting everyone in the world, not helping them. She's helping herself win an election. She's not helping the world stay stable. That's my position there. If there's anyone who disagrees with that, I want to hear. You can call in 929-715-8569. You see the number scrolling on top of the screen. You're able to reach us through chats and super chats on YouTube and on Rumble. You're able to leave comments on DLive and Facebook. I'm happy to hear it. I'm listening to you folks. This is a conversation that MSNBC will not have with you, that CNN absolutely denies you the opportunity to have, that the mainstream news media wants you to never consider. They just want you to obey. I think in America, that's not what we do. In America, we have the right to question our government and our leadership and their actions and their effectiveness, and we must challenge them to keep them accountable and get the best possible result we can get, which is obviously not happening at this moment. So as I said, there is additional breaking news that has come out, and that is, you may see this right now, it's circling around Twitter at this moment, and this is from Simon Ateba, who is African News. He's African and covers African news, but also U.S. news. And Simon Ateba is a chief White House correspondent. He addressed a Farley Dickinson University survey, which isn't exactly correct. I'll explain what I mean in 1 second. A Farley Dickinson survey that says that Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump by 7 points at the end of the Democratic National Convention, the DNC convention in Chicago. That is the most recent result. Except that's not true. That's not correct. But I can understand why we are seeing a major push by the mainstream media trying to say this is accurate, that this is a fair reflection of where the nation is. Except I actually went to the study. And by the way, links to everything that we are showing you and that we are discussing will be in the description after the live stream. About an hour after the live stream is done, we will have posted all of the links, all of the commentary that you've seen, so that you can see it for yourself, so that you can review it for yourself to come to your own conclusion. But we actually did pull up the study. This is from Farley Dickinson University, a poll on race and gender. So this isn't really about the election. This is about race and gender. That's very important to understand, that they are specifically targeting racism and sexism in the 2024 election. That's one of the things that they were going for. So this isn't really about the election. This is about other data that they were trying to gather. In fact, I believe it is, here it is, in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the 6th paragraph, we get something that I think is absolutely important. This survey experiment means that we can compare the voters who were primed to think about race or sex with those who were not. They have an experiment going on. This isn't a survey. This is a scientific or, not scientific, but a political experiment. They're trying to find out about the impact of race and gender in elections, not so much who's going to win. I think that's important to point out. So this isn't a fair study. This is a good experiment, maybe, but not a fair study. And I think it's also important to understand that if we look at the methodology, how was this put together? What is this supposed to do? There were 801 registered voters that this survey was done. That is considered minuscule. It is about the least number of people you can sample and say that this represents a nation of 350 million people, well over 160 million voters. And they're saying that 801 registered voters represent 160 million voters? Does that make sense to anyone? In fact, they admit in the methodology of the poll itself that there is a 4.1, almost 5-percentage point margin of error, that they could be wrong by as much as 5%, which means that if the poll is saying that Harris is winning by 7 points, and there is a 5-point margin of error, she's in fact leading maybe by 2. Not 7, 2. Because they don't have enough people to be able to mimic 160 million voters. They don't have enough evidence or information to get a real conclusion. They're making it up as they go because they're not actually trying to find out whether or not people will vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. They're trying to figure out how much of an impact does race and gender have in the election. No one's telling you that on Twitter. No one's telling you that. No, the Twitter bots are pushing, oh, it's a 7-point poll. Oh, Kamala Harris is obviously going to win because she's up 7 points. Obviously, this is the first and only poll that has shown that she's had that kind of a lead. And when we go to what I believe is more accurate of an answer, is if we go into the Real Clear Politics, an independent site, unlike the college, they're not getting federal funds. They're not getting donations to put together a policy, a poll to check on gender and race. They're actually looking at people who poll for the actual presidency and the election itself, neutral. And what we see is Kamala Harris has done about as well as 4 points higher than Donald Trump, 3 points higher than Donald Trump, but not 7 points better. And that's going through everyone from Morning Consult, CBS, ABC News, Fox News, Pew Research, Harris X, NPR, CNBC. They're just not getting those numbers. They don't exist. So to say it's a 7-point lead, I don't believe that's accurate. Even with the bump of an entire month of 84% of every single news article and story coming from the mainstream media telling you that Kamala Harris is the greatest thing since Ray Palpatine, even with that for an entire month, and the Democratic National Convention, which was highly edited. That was a show. That was entertainment. Here's all the entertainers, singers, actors, the entertainers, one after another, and multi-millionaires and multi-billionaires, all telling you, oh, things are great, everything is wonderful. And even with all of that positive spin for an entire month, we see that Kamala Harris has consistently only been up 1.5% versus Donald Trump. That's it. 1.5 is the lead. If you're just looking at Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, she leads by 1.5 within the margin of error. That's it. And if we are being honest, the race isn't just between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Yes, we know that, and I will get into RFK and his position shortly, but we do know that there's still Jill Stein, there is Cornel West. They don't have a lot of impact. They're barely in this. There's about 1%, but they count too. There's a libertarian out there, Chase Oliver, who I have met. Yes, he's out there too. He not a big factor, maybe 1%. All three of them put together, maybe it's only 2%, but it's a count. It counts. It's in there. And again, it shows us that this race is far closer than we think it is, than what some of the news media want you to believe it is. But I think it's very important to understand that when we look at what's being told to us in a headline, that's what Twitter is. It's a series of headlines. And they're saying, oh my God, Donald Trump is losing by 7 points. In a scientific study about race and gender, not about running the United States. A scientific experiment to find out how much impact race and gender, the policies of the left, the catch-all cards of the left, how much impact are they having on elections? Not whether or not there's policies that actually help people, just race and gender. Are you sexist? Are you racist? How much impact does that have? And obviously, when you only have 801 people supposedly representing 160 million voters, yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in it. Neither does the poll. That's why it's got a roughly 5 percentage point margin of error. It understands this isn't accurate at all. Not at all. But these are the breaking news stories that we have been seeing. And I think they deserve to have honest attention to them. Now, give me 1 second here. Just need a sip of water there. Okay. So I think this is important because it's telling the world that the attention amongst Democrats is about winning. They're concerned about, if we push the race card, will we get more votes? If we push gender and sexism, will we get more votes? Notice they're not asking about international policy. They're not asking about domestic policy. They're not talking about the things people actually care about. They're not focusing on those issues. If they were focusing on those items, then we'd have a very different poll. We'd have a very different result. The Democrats don't care about those things. In fact, if we go back and we take a look, the poll, the survey did ask Americans the 5 issues that people think are the most important. Taxes, that's the economy. Illegal immigration. Climate change, this is a left-leaning poll. Abortion, this is a left-leaning poll. Foreign policy. And I say this is a left-leaning poll, and this is meant to help Democrats. This was pushed by Democrats to get answers for Democrats on how they could win. Because climate change, while it is an issue that younger people do worry about, it in the majority of polls that have been done over the last year consistently, it's about 10 out of 10. It is the least important issue facing America that most voters are concerned about. It's not in the top 5. It's maybe in the top 10, depending on the number of polls that you're looking at. Same thing with abortion. Abortion is in the top 10. It's not in the top 5. These aren't major issues for the middle of America, the 45% of Americans who are just trying to get through the day. They're not Republicans, they're not Democrats, they're not in the Libertarian Party or the Green Party. They're just trying to live. They're non-affiliated, getting through the day. That's 45% of America. The majority of Americans are in that middle ground. And they're not worried about, their key concerns are not, and have consistently been polled as not being abortion and climate change. It has been taxes and jobs, the economy, illegal immigration, national security and safety goes along with illegal immigration, crime, and of course, foreign policy. Those are the top 5 issues that Americans have been concerned about. The middle of America has consistently told us for more than a year that's what they're worried about. The economy and jobs, illegal immigration, their safety from those illegal immigrants, and crime in general, and of course, international policy, foreign policy, what's happening with the Ukraine, what's happening with the Middle East, what's happening with China in the Southeast China Sea. These are important to Americans and America, whether because you're going on a business trip or you're going on vacation or your family is from overseas or, well, a couple of different reasons. But those are the things that people are worried about. If anyone in the chat thinks that I have misspoken, if I have misrepresented any of the details, any of the facts on anything I've said so far, I'm always open to hear it. The chat is up. You can see Hot Chicks was mentioning something earlier. I'm more than happy. In fact, I know that, please break through the suppression that is happening right now. I have done this show for 7 years in a row. 7 years. And right now in season 6, we haven't missed a single Sunday in more than a year. And I can tell you, and every time I have done this, every live stream I have done, I haven't seen these few comments. And since, I don't know, year 1, since the first year, since 10 years ago, I always have an audience that will respond more than this. So I know this is being suppressed. I know I can think off the top of my head half a dozen people that watch this program every single week and always comment. And I don't see a single comment from any of them. That is YouTube suppressing this. That is Facebook suppressing their voices. 2 days ago, they were responding to comments here. This is suppression. This is what we have to fight against, folks. I know my audience. I know I have a very committed audience, and I know there's several people who disagree with me, progressives and Democrats, that watch this program and they comment and they complain and they argue and they ask questions with me. No, something's going on. As I said, I checked earlier. I know more people are seeing this than what the data is showing to you right this second. But again, let's move forward. This is why it's important. Like, share, subscribe. Break through the algorithms, break through the suppression so people can have choices. Whether or not you agree with me, notice I've never told you you must agree. I'm not a progressive. I'm not going to tell you you have to agree with me because I'm black, because that's a stupid reason. That makes no sense. That's illogical. And it's illogical when I'm coming from the right, when I'm coming from a Republican point of view and a conservative point of view. It's just as illogical coming from the left wing as well. If it doesn't make sense for someone on the right to tell you you have to agree because of the color of my skin, it doesn't make sense when it comes from the left, does it? But no one's supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to have that question posed to you. You're not supposed to consider the consequences. You're just supposed to nod your head and say yes. And I disagree with that. Absolutely. Which is why I always ask for your comments, why I ask for your feedback, why I am constantly asking for your opinion about this. Where do you think this is? And I know most people in the news media this weekend, most people are talking about most Americans are talking about the 2024 election. Well, this is the 2024 election. This is about who's going to run the country. We are getting in a worse and worse position. The world is becoming less stable. We are getting closer to poly wars. That would be simultaneous wars across the world, regional wars that we have talked about on this channel for years now, like what we're seeing in Europe with the Ukraine versus Russia, like what we're seeing in the Middle East with Iran versus Israel and its proxies, like what we're seeing in China, Southeast Asia right now, with China going after the Philippines, threatening Japan and South Korea. It's the reason why Japan is building its army, of the first army since 1945. This is the election. And that's all happening because we have a zombie part-time president. That's why. Because Joe Biden doesn't know what's going on. Because Joe Biden isn't in charge. And right now, Joe Biden is finishing, if Joe Biden decided to work the weekend, which he usually doesn't, if he was working the weekend, he is, at this moment, just finishing up his work day. He's only done a part-time work day. Meanwhile, we have Americans that are held hostage in Gaza, and Israel is under attack by Hezbollah as Iran looks on and says, oh, this is how we can better attack. Iran is making plans. You don't need 4D chess. This is just regular chess. And the problems are right in front of us. Okay. Again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear your voices. If you think I've misunderstood, I'm happy to hear your choices. If you are one of those members of the progressive left that think that the terrorist organization Hamas is a good thing, please explain yourself. If you think this is a good thing, that another terrorist cell or another terrorist organization, Hezbollah, is attacking Israel, if you think that's a good thing, please explain yourself. I'd like to hear your answer. Please tell me how helping or supporting or allowing terrorism to exist in the world, tell me how that's a good thing. And as usual, the left has nothing to say. They ignore it. They move on. They don't want to talk about it. They always love to say, well, you just don't get it. Yeah, because I'm following facts. Because I'm following the empirical data. I'm actually paying attention to the details, not someone else's feelings. God, it's so aggravating. But that's what we've been going through lately. That's the summer of 2024, is the clash between feelings and facts. And we have been presented with lie after lie after lie. We have seen the result of the failures of these feelings being the motivating factor of many of the policies around the world. The EU felt like having an open border was a good thing. It made them feel good to say, we don't have borders, everyone can come in. Everyone is a human being. They all have rights, and they all can be in our country. Their right is to be in any country they want to be in. That is the feeling that they had. And the reality is that it leads to stabbings. It leads to ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas entering your country. It results in them committing crimes against your people in that country because you don't obey their feelings. They want their feelings to be the only feelings. And so they kill your people because you felt good opening up your border. And this is the consequence. This is the result. This is what happens because of that. And here in the United States, what are we doing? Here in the United States, we are adding 378 known and suspected terrorists because we've been saying open borders, it worked for Europe, so it'll work for us. Since 2021, under the Biden-Harris administration, we have seen 378 known or suspected terrorists enter the United States, threatening to kill members of our government and our people, civilians, as we catch them. All but 6 of them have come from the southern border. 372 illegal, known, suspected terrorists entered America through the southern border, 6 through the northern border in Canada. That's a problem too. But obviously, the overwhelming threat is coming from the southern border, and that is an exponential increase versus the Trump administration, where we had a grand total of 16. 14. In 4 years, we had 14 known or suspected terrorists enter the United States. I would never expect that number to be 0 because there's always some that are trying to enter America. Given. That's always a factor. But we went from 14 to 378. That is a 34 times. That's 3,400% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists from ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, from Hamas, from Hezbollah, from the Houthis, entering into the United States. That is 34 times the number of 9/11s or October 7th that they're trying to commit here in the United States. And some of them have been relatively successful. Americans have died. I get it. It's not fun to have this conversation. I take no joy in this conversation. I want to be clear about that. Because there are people on the left that say, oh, well, you're just happy you're a warmonger, fearmonger. These are the facts. This isn't about joy or happiness. This is the reality we are living in. This is the truth. And the truth is unpleasant. And the answer from the left is, oh, it's unpleasant, so we won't talk about it. It's unpleasant, so we won't look at it. That's not the answer. That doesn't resolve the problem. The resolution to the problem is dealing with the problem. I don't care how unpleasant it may be. I don't care that it doesn't make you feel good. That's not the point. The point is we have to deal with it. That's the reality. And saying someone else will take care of it, I don't want to talk about it, stop telling me about it, that's not going to fix things. It's just not. So, Europe is going through quite some time. This has really been quite the summer. Quite the summer. I just don't get it. I mean, obviously, most people haven't been paying attention to this. Most people have stopped hearing about China. The news media doesn't want to talk about China, Southeast Asia. They don't want to talk about the Philippines or South Korea. They stopped talking about that. Why? Because then you'd ask about what is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris doing? What have they done for our allies? And if you ask, and when you get the answer, which is nothing, they have done nothing, then you might not vote Democrat in 2024. So they have to fortify the election. That means they stop talking about certain things. They stop telling you that China has been virtually on the edge of war with the Philippines trying to take over land and area. One of the problems that India is having with China is China is trying to take over much of the Indian land. They don't want to talk about that. They just say, oh, we're not going to talk about that. That's not important anymore. It is important. It has to do with trade. It has to do with the economy. It has to do with our allies. It has to do with our future, our safety. It is absolutely important. They don't want to talk about it. Oh, the Middle East. What about the hostages? What about the 16,000 Americans in the Sudan that were abandoned in 2023 by the Biden-Harris administration? Oh, we don't talk about that anymore. Why? Well, it's not good news. 16,000 Americans just left in the Sudan as they have a civil war. And Joe Biden said, figure your way home. Just figure it out. Literally, he said that. You don't have to believe me. Go back to the last week of April 30th of 2023. Look at every one of the major news media. You will still see the articles saying Joe Biden said, hey, figure your way home. 16,000 Americans in the middle of a civil war in the Sudan. We don't talk about it anymore. Why? Because you might not vote Democrat, and they have to fortify the 2024 election. Oh, we don't talk about the hostages. Think about it. We don't talk about the American hostages. We hear a lot about ceasefire. We hear about Israel. We hear about Hamas. What we don't hear is American hostages. And if we do see the news media, if CNN or MSNBC bring themselves to talk to the lowly people and actually mention that there are American hostages, they really don't. They talk about the hostages. There's 156 hostages, yes, and 19 of them are American. They don't want to tell you that. They stopped that after the first month. In November of 2023, they stopped reporting on the American hostages when talking to American audiences. They stopped telling us about our own people. And they just said, oh, they're all the hostages. Just made it into one big group, and they stopped talking about the 56 different nations that made up the hostages because we didn't get them back home. You never hear about how many Americans. I have seen in the last 3 months, 3 articles that actually brought up, oh, there are Americans and there's only 5. What happened to the other 14? We had 19 in total. To be exact, 22 hostages were, Hamas took 22 Americans, beat them down, tortured them, and took them as hostages. 22. We got back 3. One of them was a child, 2 old women. Cost us $100 million. That was in November of 2023. Cost us $100 million. That was the negotiation of the Biden-Harris administration. They gave Hamas $100 million, and we got back a child and 2 old women. That left 19 hostages. 19. Mind you, Thailand got back 14 hostages. They got all of their people back. All of them. They didn't spend $100 million. They didn't spend any money. And they got all of their hostages back. That's what the Thai government was able to do. Here we are, we're the Americans. We spent $100 million. We got 3 people back. Okay. There's still another 19. From November 2023 to this day, not one American hostage has been released by Hamas. Not one. We constantly hear that, what did AOC say? AOC this week said that, well, Kamala Harris is working on this night and day. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are working night and day, constantly doing everything they can to get the hostages back. You mean to tell me that the most powerful nation in the world, with some of the most money in the world, can't get 19 hostages back from Hamas? Not one of them back from Hamas? That we couldn't promise anything to Hamas to get back even one additional hostage in the last 10 months, and they're working on this every day? Are you serious? Either by threat of force or by sheer bribery, we should have been able to do it. We built them a port. Joe Biden built an entire port to bring in food and water and fuel to Hamas, the terrorist organization. It cost America over $400 million. It was broken more often than it actually worked. But when it did work, it brought in food and fuel and water to Hamas, the terrorists, helping them fight against us. And that didn't get us even one hostage, not one piece of goodwill. It did get Joe Biden 100,000 votes in the primary from Michigan, but that's it. That's terrifying, folks. That's terrifying. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't get it. I think I get it. I think I understand it very clearly. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am, though. I don't think I'm missing this. These are the conversations you're not supposed to have right now. These are the conversations we are told, don't think about it. Don't talk about it. You're not supposed to have an opinion about this. You're supposed to nod your head and keep your head down and just say, okay, and vote the way that you're being told to vote. That's the fortification of 2024. You're supposed to vote. Oh, you're a sexist if you don't vote for Kamala Harris. You're a racist if you don't vote for Kamala Harris. That's what they tell us over and over again. Yeah, but why should I vote for Kamala Harris? What's the reason? What is she going to do? And by the way, how many lies have we been told? I've been only dealing with the international so far. We've been talking about what's happening in Israel. We've been talking about what's happening in other parts of the world. How many lies have we heard about all of this? That the news media is telling us, it's not that bad. The world's in great shape. Joe Biden's done fantastic with the leaders of the world. They all love Kamala Harris. South Korea does not love Kamala Harris. They hate her. She's insulted their entire nation twice. Europe doesn't pay attention to Kamala Harris. They never did. They still don't. Southeast Asia don't even know who she is. And the Middle East, besides the fact that she's a woman, which makes it very difficult because Iran does not respect her. In fact, Iran wants to kill her. They want to kill America because we have women in elected office. Iran doesn't believe in that. The terrorists don't believe in that. They think women shouldn't be able to read. They think women shouldn't be able to drive or have a job. They would never, they don't want women in elected office. And here we are saying, hey, why don't you talk to Kamala Harris? That's an insult to them. It doesn't matter whether we agree or not. They don't care. The terrorists have a problem. This makes the terrorists feel like they have justification. Does that make sense? Do people understand what I'm talking about here? I know you can see me. I know people are seeing this conversation. As much as they're trying to suppress the hell out of this because I said RFK, because RFK is in the headline, because I'm talking about the 2024 election in an honest manner, because I'm talking about what happened with Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah, they don't want to have these conversations. They really want the public to be ignorant and to just obey. I can't stand it. So we've been talking about an hour and 20 minutes so far. And I find it interesting that in talking about highly controversial issues, we only have one comment. That never happens here. Go back, anybody, go back and take a look at any live stream I have done over the last 7 years. Any live stream. We always have more than just one comment. That tells you. I think that's an example of the level of suppression that is going on right now. Because I'm not blocking anyone. We don't block comments on this channel. We don't do that. With the rare exception of someone who is, death threats against me, stuff like that. But otherwise, no. If you don't agree, we've always let people who don't agree make their case. Democrat Mike, for people who watch the program on a regular basis, Democrat Mike, he gets on a regular basis, says, hey, don't agree with you. In fact, most recently, it was in fact Democrat Mike that said, I'm going to hell. That's right. It's in here. So we did a short video about this. You may have seen this. I'm going to play this for you guys, and I want you to understand what is being said here. Let me play this for you. All right. So some people may have noticed that I was just on talking about RFK. He dropped out of the 2024 election. And I was talking about the impact on free speech and our elections and apathy. Talking a little bit about that on a live stream out of the blue. But while I was doing that, someone decided to tell me that I'm going to go to hell because I don't agree with Kamala Harris, because I don't agree with the Democratic Party. And, that's been bugging. It's been bugging me a lot. I'm going to go to hell because I don't agree with someone else's political ideology. Is that what America has come to at this point? Is that what we're dealing with in 2024? You have to believe what I believe or you go to hell. That's how evil you are if you disagree. There is a fundamental problem, and I think RFK kind of brought it up, but there's a fundamental problem happening right now. Yeah, I think there is a fundamental problem. I know a few people saw this, and I know more people saw this on TikTok than saw it on, and as you can see, very few people saw this on YouTube. But if you go over to TikTok, you'll see over 800. That same video you just saw, 852 people. 852 people have seen it, spending over 6 hours seeing that same video that, where is it? The one that YouTube doesn't want anyone to see, that they're trying to tell you, it doesn't exist, it's not important, don't listen to that. TikTok, 852 people have seen it. They have spent over 6 hours, almost 6.5 hours, watching that 1 minute video. Because the left and the left-leaning social media is trying to tell you, you're evil if you don't agree with what they say. You're evil if you don't obey. That if you don't have 100% compliance in everything that they want, it's your fault, not theirs. No, they're angels. They're perfect. We're going to get into it later on about what happened during the DNC convention, the protests in Chicago. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about the arrests in Chicago. We'll talk a bit about that because the mainstream media doesn't want to. And that's important for the election. I don't know. I mean, is it me, folks? Is it really just me? I'm thick-skinned. If I'm doing a horrible job today, just tell me. If I'm not as good as I usually am, just tell me. I'm thick-skinned. Am I having a bad show? That could happen. I'm willing to admit that if that's the case. But I don't think that is. I think it's the subject. I'm doing too good a job of pointing out the problem. And that means I have to be silenced. You have to be silenced. You have to be denied. You have to be called a sexist, a racist, an ist, and a phobe. You have to be fear-mongered into silence and obedience. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I believe we are seeing. That's what this summer has been. and the world has been reacting to that. The world is seeing that America is becoming more authoritarian, that we are throwing away our freedoms and the Constitution. And as we do that, the rest of the world is saying it's a free-for-all. The king has fallen. Who's the new king? And everyone is jockeying for their positions. Everyone's trying to figure out who can step in if America stays weak. If America fails, who's the next one? Who's the big boss to come? And they're trying to figure that out now. And every country is militarizing because of this. And we are seeing conflicts, small and large, but consistently happening as the rest of the world is figuring out, what do we do without America? They are looking to replace us. And it's because we have weak leaders that want them to. That's truly the case. Kamala Harris is one of those examples. Joe Biden's another one of those examples. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it's always possible. Quite possible. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Truly, I do not think I am wrong on this. I'm willing to hear the argument. Oh, I'm willing to hear the arguments that say I am. I mean, people are telling me I'm going to go to hell. This is yet another indication of what's wrong with what's going on in America right now. Oh, you're going to go to hell. Wait a minute, why? Why would I go to hell just because I don't have your feeling? Because someone else had a different feeling. They had a different understanding of the politics, and I am going to go to hell because I don't have their feeling, because I don't want their feeling, because I don't agree with their feelings. I must go to hell. I must be evil and bad for telling the truth, for talking about the issues as they exist, for pointing out the evidence and the flaws in what you're being told, for pointing out that people have been consistently lying to you. Democrats have lied to you consistently, and we have caught them. They have admitted it. And I'm the bad guy, and I'm the one going to hell. All I did was tell you you got lied to. But I go to hell for that. See, that doesn't make any sense to me. All right, so it's a little bit early, but my dog has been having some problems of late. He hasn't been feeling well. And he's looking like he wants me to take him outside right now. People know my puppy. Come here. Come here. Come on. Oh my God, here comes Khan. Khan. Hi. Hi. This is Khan. Hi, Khan. I know, he's everyone's favorite. People love Khan more than they love me, right? Ooh. All right. So, believe it or not, he's 13 years old. That's not a puppy. He's 13 years old. Anyway, he's not feeling well because somebody decided to eat chicken bones off the ground. So he's not feeling great. So I'm going to go and take him out. We're going to take about an hour. About an hour. And then we'll come back. So it's currently 4 o'clock. We'll be back at 5 so that we can pick up and we'll talk about Donald Trump. We'll talk about RFK Jr. We'll talk about the future of America, the election 2024. We'll talk about that directly and a few other things as well. But we'll talk about the polling. We'll talk about the election. We'll talk about RFK Jr. So, with that said, let me bring this over.
I can't tell you much about anything else, but I know I got a good woman.
There you go. That is the answer of it, you know?
That's all I needed to know.
That's it. You made the right choice.
So who
Yes,
wants to go? Who wants to go do the intro?
I missed the intro last week, so I'll pick it up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this week's edition of the Liberty First Foundation Roundtable. I'm one of your hosts, Frank Johnson, and host of the Range Report. I like joy. We'll get to that later. Middle screen, Michael Vasquez, dragon of the five boroughs, New York's only independent journalist. To the far left, not politically, Michael Marshall, co-founder of the Liberty First Foundation. As with us always, Jan Rains, our alternative lifestyle specialist, and making his triumphant return to the program, our once in a while guest has now become a fixture, Dal Grimm.
I am now a table.
You can now see your face.
On Rumble, as he's known. Oh boy, what an eventful week we have had so far. What an eventful week.
No, what an eventful election we are having. I mean, in the space of 2 months, this is insanity.
Well, hey, listen, I mean, listen, I haven't gotten a chance to catch up with you guys as far as what we were going to speak of one by one, but within the last half hour, Robert Kennedy, Jr. comes out and endorses Donald Trump for president.
Yeah, that's
on the stage with him in Arizona. That is politically that's an earthquake in political terms.
Well, that's following up his announcement at 2:44 this afternoon, which I was watching, and then I went live, and then I got told I was going to go to hell. We'll cover that in a little bit.
Well, I'm sure Robert has been told that too, and that's only by his siblings.
Yeah.
No, his siblings are set to be tied.
Oh, they're out of their minds.
Yeah, they're in. Yeah, they are losing it.
Well, listen, I guess if your party's not in power, the political gravy train is going to come to a grinding halt, and they can't afford to have that happen when they're a Trump administration, especially since we know that Bobby probably knows where some of those bodies are buried as well.
Well, you simply can't make this stuff up, shit that's happening this year. I posted to the group chat yesterday.
Oh God, that thing.
Australia gets the infamous case of Tickle v. Giggle.
What?
Australia gets the infamous case of Tickle v. Giggle.
Yep.
What?
So Tickle is a person, right?
Okay.
And Tickle is trying to get into a woman's only space as a transitioning woman. And they told her no. And so she took them to court, and it made it to the Australian Supreme Court. And because
the group she's trying to get in is Giggle for Girls.
Right. So Tickle v. Giggle.
Be Giggle.
Okay.
Oh boy.
One of these things.
I used to rail years ago whenever I would pass by, I would always say, if I wanted to join a gym, it didn't matter what gym I wanted to join, whether it was Crunch or whether it was Planet Fatness or this one or whatever the hell it is. They were always, unisex, men and women both go to it. And I always said to myself, there's no more men's gyms anymore. There's no gyms where just men go. I remember my brother Richie was a world-class bodybuilder when he was, younger, 40 years ago. He used to go to Gold's, and Gold's had women that were at the gym, but very, 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 very scarce. It was a testosterone-laden environment with men throwing weights at each other, just trying to pump iron and build muscle. That's all they were doing. By the time I came of age, those gyms didn't exist. And I said, it's funny, you have ladies' gyms like Curves and this one and that one and everything else. I said, well, what if I wanted to go to one of those gyms and get a membership? There was no way they were going to let me because it's just for women. And that went on for years. But in the last 3 years now, what the hell happened? What the hell happened?
Equity.
I mean, seriously, I could walk in there, 300 pounds, 5 o'clock shadow, looking the way I do, sounding the way I do, and tell them I identify one way or another, and they're going to have to give me a membership because that's their new policy.
Otherwise, you can take them to court for discrimination. especially after
Well, that was the
legislation
thing.
happens.
I thought to myself back then, if they denied me the opportunity to go to their gym while I identify and am obviously a man, wouldn't it be, a discriminatory lawsuit that I could file then to say, hey, listen, you're in business. You can't just cater to one half of society. You have to be able to cater to both. I mean, you're not denying my entry based on your religious philosophy. You're not denying my entry based on a political philosophy. You're denying my entry based on my sexuality, my sex. So shouldn't I be able to launch that lawsuit? And I consulted a couple of attorneys, and they said, no, it's a losing cause. You'll never win. I said, but if you open a men's gym, women can sue the shit out of us, and they'd win. And they go, yeah, it's a different story. And I'm like, well, look at all the opportunities all the lawyers lost out on now that you can't do it. Now,
that's it. Is the fact that technically you can and you could and you should, but because of the way the politics fell, no one was going to be willing to take that case because they knew that public opinion would actually win out and it would probably flounder in the courts. That's what they want you to think. But the ones that actually did do discrimination cases based on these new policies, so far, out of, I think, 5 cases, at least 2 of them, they've won. So, I mean, 2 out of 5 isn't a really great percentage, but it's still doable. You just have to put up the right evidence.
And we're in a country that's still relatively, marginally, 53% sane at this point. Australia, I don't know what the hell is going to go on with tickles and giggles, but that's going to be a shit show.
It's probably gonna go the same way that their sport of breakdancing went. It's gonna crash and burn.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, regardless of how that case is decided, okay, either way, it is going to set landmark precedents, and it will be cited for generations.
Yeah.
Just because
in Australian courts.
Just because of the name, but sadly it's in Australia. You won't hear.
Yeah, but in Australia courts, it's going to be cited for generations.
Yeah, just because of the title.
Well, not just because of the title, but because of what it's based on. Regardless of which way it's decided. It will be precedence. It's a landmark case.
There's going to be more. It's not going to be the landmark case. It's going to be one of, because there's so much involved in this right now, and we're seeing a lot of these cases come up internationally. Everyone in the world is dealing with this issue, and sadly, it all came from the U.S. This is part of our export to the rest of the world. This is part of one of the big things we've been exporting through our education system has been this progressive ideology to first and second world nations, that there's this gender fluidity, which doesn't align with any law or traditions of our nations, of all the different nations. And that's become a massive problem for all these nations to deal with. And meanwhile, the third world nations are all laughing at us going, this is stupid.
Yeah, they are.
It's crazy.
Okay. And one of the big things here in the United States is we had, instead of actually going by rule of law and what was defined in the Constitution, we had justices like Brandeis and other justices that were put into office by FDR, or put in on the bench by FDR, that believe in social jurisprudence, which that isn't a thing, or wasn't a thing prior to them. And they believed that cases needed to be decided based on social merit, not based on legal merit.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, I thought someone else was going to say something, but these precedents the problem is we are at a crux point. And I know we've heard this a lot in election after election forever, but we are literally at a crux point in our society. Forget the elections for a second. Our society is trying to decide which way we're going to go. Are we going to try and chase down the left, which is never ending in its movement towards the left? It's a constant run to the left. And the moment you stop moving to the left, you instantly become far right because they keep moving left. And are we going to engage in that chase for the ultimate left that we can never get to? Or are we going to not just stop, but maybe take a step or two back, not only to get our breath back, but also to rebuild our foundation that is being destroyed by this constant run to the left? And we're seeing that in every aspect. That's happening legally. That's happening in our education system. It's affecting our elections. And we're seeing this. And there's a bunch of things we're going to be talking about tonight. It's affecting. It's part of the reason why we're seeing so many protests. It's part of the reason why we have so many U.S. military bases being attacked. It's part of the reason why the news media doesn't want to talk about these things, or some of our elected officials who've been there for the last 5 decades.
Yeah.
It's all, we're at that moment, I think. And it's, which is why so many people have been saying, oh, there might be a second civil war. To an extent, we're already in it. Yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. RFK was talking about the fact that we're in a cold civil war as we speak. I've been thinking about it since he said that. And yeah, I think he was correct when he said that. And that's, we're seeing a lot of results. Go ahead.
Other people would call it civil strife, which is the period that led up to the Civil War. So you had a lot of not so much open fighting, but there were pockets of people disagreeing, sometimes disagreeing violently, sometimes disagreeing just over by conversation or disassociation. That's where we're at right now, is that civil strife prior to any kind of kinetic action, mass kinetic action.
Well, and I would say we are at mass civil action. I mean, think about it. The DNC, which was an absolute joke.
It was.
Oh yeah.
Because
it was a dog and pony show.
Absolutely dog and
It
pony.
wasn't even a dog pony show. It was
a dog show.
A good majority of it was Orange Man Bad.
Yeah.
And then basically oohing and on about how great Biden is. If he's so damn great, why isn't he the one up on the stage accepting the DNC nomination?
Oh, wait a minute. Before we go further with that, we have to remember, and my point was, during the DNC, there were thousands protesting just outside the door. There were over 70 arrests that took place. News media didn't tell anyone about it because they were too busy showing us the dog and pony show that you're talking about Kamala is the bestest ever. She's the Ray Palpatine of real life. Joe Biden is the granddaddy of greatness ever, even though they kicked him out.
Literally kicked him to the curb.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you're not going to hear a damn thing about arrests being made outside of the DNC because what is her name? Kimberly Fox said 3 days before the before the convention started, she will not be prosecuting any of the protesters arrested during the convention. She told
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, she told them going in, you already have a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I wonder what the turnaround time was for their arrest, taking a carton. Well, they didn't get incarcerated, but arrest, taken to the station, and then let out the doors.
Well, it's a desk appearance ticket. You go in, you printed, you photographed, you signed the thing, and you're out the door. DAT takes no longer than 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So these people would turn around before whatever paint they threw on something was still wet before they even got out.
So and they probably went right back.
Oh
well,
yeah.
I know at least one of them was a member of the press, a photographer. He got arrested, saying that he, of course, was innocent. But we've seen many of these protests where the supposed members of the press and actual members of the press are just as actively protesting and part of the violence as everyone else. There's no video, so I don't know. Let's take him at his word. He just got rounded up, got arrested, and he does have a court date in late September. That's reported. That's being reported by, I believe, ABC News at the moment. Mind you, they're talking about that, but they won't talk about the other 70 plus people who were arrested. The people who were arrested and trying to break into the DNC on Tuesday night, the people who were protesting and the violence on Monday night. They won't talk about any of the violence, any of the destruction that did in fact happen. That's all gone.
Instead, they show
Slight correction to my statement earlier. She will not prosecute law-breaking convention protesters if they're peaceful. Now, remember, we all know what their definition of peaceful was.
As long as a Wendy's is burning, it's peaceful.
When the city was burning down, and they said it's a mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah.
Well,
So
they're showing stuff like this, trying to claim how upbeat and everything DNC was.
Yeah, how come Republicans don't have this kind of fun at their convention? Maybe because we take shit seriously.
because it's not a party. This is a coronation. This is the after party. This is the after party of the politics, not the politics itself.
Well, you want to know the funniest headline I saw of the whole thing was that thousands and thousands of Democrat viewers were pissed off because Beyonce didn't show up.
Yeah.
To
Beyonce.
perform.
They were teasing all day yesterday that Beyonce was rumored to be there and was going to make a surprise appearance.
So what were they going to do? Let Beyonce's fans in for another concert with the DNC to garner more pop?
They thought it was going to be like the Super Bowl halftime, show.
Oh, I see.
We're going to get a free televised Beyonce concert. But I want you to think about this for a second. The Democrat voters are pissed off that Beyonce didn't show up.
But they're perfectly fine with not having to vote for the candidate.
Got subverted. They're not pissed off that that their candidate got replaced. They're not pissed off that there is no platform being spoken of. They're not pissed off that they said that all of their voters from 18 to 22 are stupid. Yeah. They're not pissed off about that. They're pissed off that they missed out on a free televised concert.
Now, I want to.
That's what they're angry about.
You kind of touched on it here, Frank. Democrats, in their underhandedness, actually almost shot themselves in the foot. Okay. So
I seriously thought you were going to go with a miscarriage, like a miscarriage joke for the free vasectomy vans.
Yeah.
I'll be going into that later.
Yeah. So Illinois has a law that blocks candidates from the ballot. And their law prohibits candidates who did not run in a primary from getting on the general election ballot.
It's unconstitutional. Mind you, it's okay this year. This year for Kamala, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
But next year, oh, no, you can't do that in the future.
Now, the reason why this law was enacted was because Leslie Calazzo, a Republican running for State House in Chicago, was a slated candidate because the other Republican had dropped out of the race. The one that did primary. So she was a slated candidate.
Right.
Calazzo, I think the name's Calazzo. And so their concern was, a Republican is doing what the Democrat did, which is exactly what they did to Kamala.
Well, then afterwards, Harris.
Mm-hmm. And that's
the same thing.
So the Democrat's doing the Republican is doing what the Democrat did. And the answer is, oh my God, you can't cheat the system like we cheat the system. You can't delude the public like they deluded it. Because no one voted for Harris. She was never even a memory. 60 days ago, Democrats were fighting on whether or not she would even be vice president. And today she's Miss Perfection. Again, I use the analogy of Ray Palpatine because she's the bestest ever. They went back and revised her entire history. They took away the fact that she was they literally wiped out the fact that she was the most liberal leftist senator, wiped that out, wiped out her border czar. They completely have ignored the fact that no one, the rank and file Democrats, have been nullified. Their vote does not matter. Their petition does not matter because they picked Joe Biden and he's gone.
Yeah.
And now instantly came in Kamala Harris. No one asked. No one had a question. Hell, they didn't even have a vote. They did that online. No one even got to ask her a question. Media have not been able to ask her a question. She hasn't
had a single press conference.
In fact, I just heard a thing from her campaign.
Yeah.
They said that the reason she's not going to the media is because she doesn't want whatever she says to get twisted.
That's why you put, you know what? Fantastic. That's why you put it in writing. First of all, it's the left-leaning news media. Let's get this straight. So they're going to, whatever she says, they're going to put a spin on it that's going to be Goldilocks. But separate of that, this is her website. This is it live. Here, I'll refresh it again in front of everyone. Give her money. Give her your vote. Because, I don't know, because she's a woman, because she's a woman of color, because
reasons.
You know,
because magic.
That's it. It might as well be magic. There is no other reason to do this. And she knows it. And they all know it. And instead of telling anyone any reason why she's actually good at the job, they decided instead to have a party. Hey, Obama's here. Maybe Beyonce shows up. We'll sing and we'll dance a little bit because none of this is serious and none of you count. Give us your money, by the way. It's insulting.
Well, they don't even have to worry about that. All they got to do is just ask Act Blue to, go through their address list and steal people's identities.
Which is happening, yes.
Yeah.
People who don't know, Act Blue is a bundler. It's a PAC. It's there to do nothing. Yeah, it's a super PAC. It's there to shove money from businesses, from those evil corporations Democrats are constantly saying they hate, and they give money to Act Blue, and Act Blue cleans the money. It's a money laundering scheme, and they give it to the Democrats, and Democrats say, oh, we don't take money from corporations. Not directly, but they take money from corporations because that's what Act Blue is there for, to clean the money.
Yeah, Act Blue also takes individual donors too, and something that James O'Keefe has done is he's been going around looking at these records, like openrecords.org, I think it is, that was looking after some of the campaign monies. He went through some of their reporting and found that there were very large donations by many different individuals that were donating the maximum every single year. And so, curious as to know why they kept donating to the party at the maximum for a candidate every single year. He went to ask them about it, and they're like, we never did that. And then he did a little more digging, and he finds out that there's the possibility, because it's purely allegations now, but the evidence suggests that Act Blue basically will take large sums of money because they're not a party and they're not a campaign, so they can accept large donations. And people that have been individual donors previously are now on their lists with payment information, with address information and names. And these big funds that come in from big donors now get broken up into manageable amounts amongst all these lists of people, and they get redonated under their names. And that's where all this money is coming from.
Actually, and I have to give credit to, it's one of my audience members, a guy named Tony Z. And Tony Z, actually with a few of his friends, wanted to test the theory. They made a bunch of fake accounts with very key names, fake names that included numbers or symbols so that they could track them versus anyone else.
Oh.
And those fake accounts, those fake individuals were used by Act Blue to all of a sudden make donations in the thousands. These aren't real people. They were fake accounts created by Tony and a small group of his friends that they have. They have the list of all the fake accounts with all the fake names that were obviously fake. I mean, if you read the name out, it's saying something. It's actually a statement, not a name, or it has a number attached to it. Literally has a number on it, and those fake accounts suddenly became donors.
Huh. So they make names like Phil McCracken and
Yes. Phil McCracken Jr. and and Senior, and suddenly they've got $3,000 donations in their name going towards the Democratic Party. It's like, really? They're not alive. How's that possible?
Right.
And she's starting to get called out because she doesn't have literally any policies. Okay.
No, everything that
Got a lot of-
I was going to say
Rhetoric.
anything that she qualifies for policy has already been ripped off from Trump's campaign or from other places, but it's not her own.
Okay. This is from Bloomberg. Kamala Harris campaign is heavy on vibes, light on policy. Okay. And this was updated August 22.
Light on
Okay.
policy? There is no policy. How can you be?
Yeah.
Talk about spin. I've done nothing. Ooh, it's very light on any substance.
Okay. The Economist is literally saying that her cost of living plan will end in failure.
Given, that's obvious.
And Tim Walz even says he and Kamala Harris owe it to the American people to detail policies despite not publishing on any campaign website.
Oh, well, they owe it. Oh, okay. They owe it. That makes all the difference.
They write it on a paper. I
That'll
owe
make-
you.
Someone will remind
Okay.
them.
So
Oh no. Yeah.
So Walz vehemently declared in his first major address to voters Wednesday that he and Vice President Kamala Harris owe it to the American people to detail the policies they would enact.
Well, that's right. They do owe us some sort of explanation, but where is it?
Okay.
Well, who's gonna
I
hold
think
them to
we owe the American people to tell them exactly what
You're
she'd
right,
do as
Frank.
president before we ask them for their votes. Walz said in his address to the DNC.
So where is it, Waltz? Where is it? It's not on your
Never
website.
They're not going to do
Okay.
it.
So yeah, there's literally nothing. Okay. I listened to her 42-minute acceptance speech,
I'm sorry.
and over half of it was all Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. Or
Well,
Project 25 is going to take us backwards.
Well, did you learn any lessons that her mother told her?
Coconut
yeah.
trees.
A little 5 foot brown woman. Because that's what's important.
Like you all fall out of a coconut tree.
Yeah. I mean, she made a lot of feel-good statements,
Yeah.
but she actually gave no plans as to what her policy positions are.
Well, the policy position is joy. They're going to bring joy back to America.
One selfie at a time.
It's going to be.
She was asked point blank how she was going to, like, what her plan was to try and fund the $6,000 first year child tax credit.
Yeah.
And
that's
all
right.
she said was the return on investment
Yes,
will pay for the return on the investment.
Greater than what it's costing us.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean anything.
No,
Well,
How
that's
are
it,
you-
exactly? She's not going.
How
to
are you
say
going to pay
anything
for
that
it?
means
What-
anything.
All that means, return on investment, means that you're creating another taxpayer by giving it another year of life.
See,
Right.
you know what I can't stand, and this is I'm going off a little bit sideways here. I hate that bullshit. How are you going to pay for this? I hate that friggin' term. How are you going to pay for this?
How are
you,
we going to pay for it?
Right.
How are we going to pay for it? It's how are we going to pay for it? It's not
Right,
the
'cause-
government. The government don't pay for shit. We pay for
Yep.
everything. Okay. How do you, if you want the best way to say, well, how are we going to pay for it? By not spending the money on other things.
Right.
That's how.
No. They'll never do that. The answer is, and they don't
We-
want to say this,
We stop spending money.
but
That's
that,
how. See, if we don't take it from you and we don't spend it, then we don't go into debt.
no,
That's
they don't.
how we pay for it.
But Frank, it's called modern monetary theory. Ask Andrew Yang, ask AOC, and also Kamala also believes in this.
Listen. I could ask AOC how to mix a martini and come up with a screwdriver. It doesn't mean I'm taking her advice.
Okay.
I don't care
Yeah,
what
but
they have to say. It's just that this whole thing is.
Well, it won't be a screwdriver that you can drink. It'll be one to put a screw in with.
yeah, but wait a minute. It's let me explain because people may not know what modern monetary theory is. It means
Leveraging
print
debt.
money. It
Mhm.
means print money forever. And every time they print more money, the poor people become more poor. The middle class become the new poor. It's the one of the key reasons why we have $35.1 trillion in debt and increasing because they keep printing money. Her answer to how is she going to pay for it? Print more money. Poor people get more poor, middle class become poor, and that's it.
Well,
That's
we'll
the
get
answer.
more
She doesn't
of
give you an
this.
answer. She doesn't give you an answer as to how to pay for it. She just says the return on investment will pay for it.
No, we'll get questions.
But how?
We'll get more of this.
Doozy of a word salad statement. This time, Kamala was giving a speech about
And in terms of what we significance to the passage of time, in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time.
Okay, where all she does is talk in circles.
Because she wants, if she talks in circles, no one knows that she's doesn't know what she's saying because
Well,
you
that's
get lost.
exactly it. Because she doesn't. She just keeps repeating the same phrases over and over and over again, just saying them a little bit differently every time she says it.
Okay, wait a minute. We got a comment here from Graham. Hey, Graham. Good to see you. Glad you're watching us out in California. Graham says, we just brought in a huge wave of illegal aliens. They're not immigrants. They're not here legally. They don't have a right to be here. Illegal aliens. That's a legal term. If we effectively harness all of that new labor that is not allowed to work in America because they are criminals that broke our federal law by entering without authorization, we should be easily able to climb out of our current national debt. That's not true. First of all, they cost more money than it is than they bring in. So even if we let them work, they cost more money because these aren't the best and the brightest. These are the lowest level of workers, which means they have the highest demands. Many of the nations they're coming from don't have proper medical services, so they instantly go for that. Their children need to be put into schools immediately. By the time they start actually paying back what we have front loaded to give them, like in New York State, where we give them $60,000 the very first year that they are here before they start working. That's not including food and clothing that we give them money for as well. By the time they even get a job and start trying to, and by the way, again, illegally get a job to then partially pay back in taxes what they've been doing, we're in the hole, and the hole only gets bigger. No, illegal aliens coming into our nation without regulation, without vetting, isn't the answer. And by the way, let's remember this open border, which has allowed 8 million illegal aliens to enter our nation, have also allowed the exact number from the Customs Border Patrol is 378 known and suspected terrorists have entered the United States. Many of them, we have learned, are trying to commit acts of assassination. We know that several of them have been caught trying to create 9/11s and terrorist acts in the United States. And we know that some of these illegal aliens have gone on to kill American citizens. None of that would happen if we closed the border. None of that would happen if we enforced the law as it exists. So I have a lot of reasons why the huge wave of illegal aliens entering America is counterproductive on every single aspect.
Okay. She comes, or they come back. I don't know if she or he.
It's a he.
They come
Yeah,
back.
it's a
Michael,
he.
I understand that we should not let violent criminals stay here, but is it really cost effective to also deport the nonviolent recent immigrants who would rather stay and assimilate?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it
They
is.
don't want to
Okay,
assimilate.
and I want to go into this from an economic outlook on this. Okay, wages per hour is not the same of cost per unit of production. They are two different things. So we may be able to pay these people that are coming in here, these illegal aliens that are crossing the border, lower wages, but ultimately they end up costing us far more per unit of production than they are worth. Okay, because number one, we have to teach them. Number two, they are a drain on our on the resources in the area, because many places where they are at aren't set up to handle the influx of the additional people, because they weren't counted on censuses. So as a result, the proper funding and proper infrastructure and et cetera hasn't been able to be put in place.
Yeah.
Okay,
More
that's
than
where we run into issues.
more than that, how would you effectively harness them? That's the other question. What are you doing to them to effectively harness their labor? You're exploiting them, number one. Number two, anything that they get, they're going to remove from the country. No, we can't build new infrastructure with all that labor. And I'll tell you why.
How are we going to pay for the materials?
Hold on.
Wait.
I can give you an example. Look at Japan. Japan right now has a population deficit. They're in a population death spiral. They have a massive influx of Kurds that they have brought into the country with the intention of harnessing all of that labor to build up infrastructure. Right now, their infrastructure is crumbling because the Kurds that they have brought in are not interested in keeping up Japan's infrastructure. They're interested in taking the resources of Japan and sending them back to Turkey.
Okay, let me step in. Graham, you're not being attacked. This is not about you personally. You're
No,
asking-
absolutely
absolutely not.
Well, no, and I know Graham. He often is part of my live stream, and I know he understands that. But I want this to be for everyone to understand. We're talking about the issues, and you're asking great questions that a lot of people are afraid to ask. And so these are the answers that if someone was being honest with you, they would have already said that. The illegal aliens, and just going off of what Dal was talking about, let's think about it. What is the number one thing? I'm in the Bronx. I can go right now, go 2 blocks away from my house. There is a Western Union type business. Their only function is to take whatever the money the illegal aliens make in the Bronx, in this neighborhood, they're there to send it to another country. So the money that they are getting for food and clothing and housing, they're taking part of that and they're shipping it overseas. If they have an illegal job, like many of them are on these electric scooters delivering food via Uber and the other food services, they're taking those tips, they're sending it overseas. So it's not coming back into the system. It's not going into taxes. It's not going to help the schools where their kids are going to or fixing the roads. It's money that's just going out. And so we have to print more money, which again, the more money you print, the more inflation there is, the more that poor people become poor. The system is a vortex. It never turns positive. If it did, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA would all be booming full of money right now over the last 2 years, 3 years of illegal aliens coming in. If they're such a boon and they're doing the work and they're building up the infrastructure, they would be, each of those cities would be doing phenomenal. They're instead all going bankrupt. It never turns around. But Democrats will always tell you, give it more time, give it more money, give us more of your rights, because eventually they'll be found correct. It never happens. Don't believe me, believe Thomas Sowell. He used to be a Democrat. He used to be a socialist, and he's brilliant. He will tell you that himself.
Yes, he will. Actually, I highly recommend Thomas's Sowell book, his book on basic economics. Very, very well thought out, very well written. It doesn't go into a lot of economic formulas and stuff. It talks about economics in a manner that the everyday person can understand what's going on. Now, those remittances are part of their disposable income. They can spend that. I agree with that. But they are not taxed on their total income. 9 times out of 10, they are below the taxable rate. Okay, so they end up getting all their money back. Everything they pay into taxes, what little they do pay in, it gets returned to them. Okay, if they do file taxes.
Well, and I think something to point out too is the fact that we keep getting told by the left that all these illegal aliens are taking jobs that the Americans don't want, and how they keep creating all these jobs, which we know most of them have been federal jobs that they have created, which doesn't help anybody in the long run. And then it just came out 2 days ago that they've lied about 818,000 of those jobs. Those were never jobs. They just had them out of thin air.
They lied. Again, they lied to the American people.
Okay.
Again, Bidenomics does not work. It has never worked.
Graham, economic models do rely on a controlled growth. Okay, not a consistent growth, it has to be a controlled growth. You can look at Panama. Panama is a great example, okay, of how uncontrolled, unencumbered growth can be devastating to a population. Okay, in fact, we were a big part of that. The United States and oil companies were a huge part of the decimation of Panama.
But think of it this way. The easiest way to think of that. If you need 50 workers and you only have 5, then all of a sudden overnight, there's 150 people there. But those 150 people, some of them are going to move, because since you only have 45 jobs, well, maybe you could have 125 of them leave because there's only 45 jobs and they're all illegal. So they're afraid they're going to get caught. And since they can't hang out all day, they leave to go to another state to see if they can get the job. But 125 of them left, maybe because they're family members, maybe because they're just afraid of being caught. Maybe they're a terrorist. I don't know. But they leave to go to another state. Now your job, which you went from 5 and you need 45 people to hire, and you're like, I have 150 to choose from. And then the next day, you only have 25 to choose from, which again, doesn't say that they're the best employees. Doesn't mean they're quality employees. It just means that's the pool you have to draw from. So you may not even get all 25 of them. And you don't know, because the day after that, there may be another 100, or there could be 2, or there could be none. And again, you still don't know the quality of these individuals. So,
and also the other thing that you have to account for is you still have to pay for the materials that the labor is going to be working with.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go, Frank.
All right, listen. We talk about this stuff, and we always base this stuff on the numbers that we get from government sources. And all right, so we talk about, okay, well, there's X amount of people, we need X amount of this, we need X amount of that. Everything that all of these projected numbers and everything they always talk about are always what you call best case scenarios. You know, it's like when you look at the mileage estimate that they give you on a new car when you see in the window that it's supposed to get 35 miles on the highway and 24 in the city. It's not until you buy the car that you find out it does 27 on the highway, 14 in the city, because what they don't tell you is that during the test on the highway, the car was going downhill with an 80-mile gust of wind behind it with nobody in the car, and the car was in neutral and the engine was off. You know, they don't tell you any of this. Yeah, whatever that is, Dal, I'm going to pull that down. I got to share something.
Okay.
All right. I want to show you a little bit of the reality that comes with all of this immigration stuff. This little piece of map here that I'm showing you is 2 hotels and a shopping center here in Charlotte, North Carolina. All right, this is 3-4 miles going up is Charlotte, going back this way is Matthews and Mint Hill. These 2 buildings right here in the middle, between the 2 of them are over 200 hotel rooms. Nice big parking lots and everything. These photos were taken about 3 years ago from Google Earth. If I could pull up a picture of it today, which I can't because they haven't been updated yet, these parking lots out here are full, jam-packed. You couldn't get another car in there if you wanted to. Every car that's in that lot is 2022 and newer. It looks like a brand new car lot. Every room in these hotels is full. This little restaurant that's right here is actually now closed. What you have in these is all the illegals that have been coming across the border and been being bused to various cities. Every one of those rooms is full of what you would consider the nuclear family of people. It's the 2 parents and maybe 2, 3, 4 children in every single one of these rooms. Every morning at 6 a.m., these hotels empty out. They empty out completely. Everybody, they don't get in their vehicles. They walk to the street, across the street over here, and they all get on public transportation. There's a little bus stop right here. And they disperse themselves throughout Charlotte, Matthews, North Carolina, Mint Hill, North Carolina, Indian Trail, North Carolina, and wherever else they can that the public buses run. And they all stand out on street corners with signs begging for money. And in many cases, violently begging for money. You know, demanding it from you. Smashing on your car, banging on you, knocking your mirrors off your car, banging on the glass, doing all the rest of the silly stuff. This is the majority of what we have in America with the aliens that have come here. They have not come here to rebuild infrastructure. They have not come here to rebuild jobs. They have not come here to do anything but take resources from the United States and from the taxpayer and ship it back to whatever country it was that they came from. They did not come here to fulfill the American dream. They didn't come here to, so that their kids could be doctors and lawyers and firefighters and police officers and teachers. No. They didn't do that. They came across the border illegally with the promise of welfare benefits that they could take and send back. And every one of these families is costing America probably, and we've looked at some of these numbers, between $8,000 and $12,000 a month each.
Yeah.
Each. There are 75,000 American veterans that are homeless in the streets of the United States, many of which are suffering from some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder, which makes them very hard to deal with as far as finding employment and permanent housing. We have the resources, but the resources are being misspent. They're being misutilized. You have people out here, they have DNC organizations out here trying to register people to vote, so they can throw the tide of the election into a perpetual sea of Democrat control. And they're using our tax dollars, America's wealth, and our resources. They can't do it with the American people because the American people have seen it. Because they go to work every day and they can't afford their groceries. They go to work every day and they can't afford to heat the house or put gas in the car. They can't afford their car insurance. They can't afford anything anymore. But these people don't have to worry about affording everything because they're getting paid everything. Now, if we were able to stop spending all of this money, steal our border, and use those resources for American purposes, we could put good jobs back out there for American citizens. The backbone of this country is the American blue-collar worker. All right, not the union, the worker. The men and women that go out and work every day with their hands and build things is the backbone of the American infrastructure. It's the backbone of our economy. But as long as we're taking any of the possibility of them being able to get those jobs and paying it out to people that shouldn't belong here in the first place, we will never have an operating infrastructure. We will never get our course corrected as far as the economy is concerned. And we're never going to have a true reading on whether or not our elections are being fair and legal in this country. And this is an example. There are 200 hotel rooms just in these two buildings here on less than an acre of space. 200, 4 people per room.
At minimum.
At minimum.
Lots of times it's 8 and 10 people per room.
Yeah.
We can talk all the numbers that we want, but the government says this, the government says that, these numbers we're going to do this infrastructure program, that infrastructure program. As long as we're taking our all of our resources and dumping it in the toilet, because 90% of this money they're not staying at this hotel and paying for those hotel rooms. We're paying for the hotel rooms as well. We're paying for the food. We're paying for all the utilities. We're paying for. How is it that somebody who doesn't have a driver's license in the United States or a social security number in the United States can buy an $80,000 pickup truck and have it insured in the United States when they don't have any documentation? How is it possible?
Yeah.
Because one crime leads to another crime to another crime. You just don't come across the border illegally and think that that's it. Oh, well, they work. How do they work if they don't have a social security number? They're using somebody else's. That's fraud. How do they do if they don't have a permanent address? They're using somebody else's. That's fraud. Everything they do is fraud upon fraud upon fraud. And I'm tired of people saying how much they contribute to our economy when everything that they're possibly contributing is being contributed fraudulently, when they're reaping more benefit than they're possibly giving us.
And this is not new.
How can we afford an infrastructure? Let's concentrate on American people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what we should do. Back off a little bit on sending trillions of dollars every year outside this country so we can stop paying for the pension funds of people in the Ukraine and worry more about the American citizen. Let's stop worrying about housing everybody else's, they're unwanted. And how about we start worrying about our neglected? Maybe
and Larry Sharp, who's been on this show before, great friends with Michael, had some actually great ideas on how to privatize infrastructure development and infrastructure building.
He does have some interesting ideas about that. And I give that to Larry, that as much as I sometimes disagree with him about, he's a libertarian. I'm a conservative Republican. We sometimes have really butt heads, but he does have some ideas that we could probably develop. But at the core of all of it, we first have to start with, there is law. Enforce the law. Start there. Everything builds out of that. If we don't have a law that is enforceable, that everyone understands and we live with. Not to say it's perfect, not to say it's going to be, everyone's going to be happy, but we start with that and we build. The foundation has to be sound. And if otherwise we're just doing things willy-nilly and nothing will ever work. But I want to bring this into, and Graham, you've been asking some great questions, but we also want to bring in, I think, and it fits with this, is RFK. And I think what we saw, what happened today with RFK, is also a reflection of what we're talking about. It's this willy-nilly, this wild, chaotic process that we're seeing. The 2024 election is the most chaotic, wild mess I have ever seen, where we're seeing lies being revealed to the American people. Joe Biden is a zombie part-time president. It's not me saying that. That's the evidence we have. We know this has been confirmed. And we know that people are being silenced from being able to say that for the mere purpose of a political party maintaining power. And we have individuals who are saying, well, wait a minute, I have a voice. I have an option. I have a different choice that I want to present to the American people. Whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. I'll never vote for RFK Jr. I think he has horrible policies, but he deserves the right as an American to say, here's my option, here's my choice. And instead of getting that choice, he was instead vilified, demonized, blackballed, and avoided, to the point that after spending $20 million, he couldn't achieve any of his goal. He couldn't get his voice out. The only time they said something about him is to tell you that he is demonic or demonize him, and to tell you that he's gone. He's gone. Yeah. And now they talk about him and say, oh, look, see, and they still tell you he's evil. Why? Because not only is he gone, but now he's helping Trump. Orange man bad. See, he's evil. No, he's someone who had an idea, and all he asked for was, can I tell people? Can I share it with people? Maybe they might like it, compared to a zombie part-time president and an anointed Ray Palpatine that no one voted for, which in Illinois is illegal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now going back just a little bit, okay, where infrastructure is badly, okay, right here, our infrastructure is badly in need of updating and replacing. Yeah. And Michael commented that government shouldn't build anything, private biz, and people should do it more, and do it more effectively.
True. I stand by that.
Okay, I do too. I also want to bring this up. Okay. This is Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution. Nowhere in here, except one place, does it mention anything about any type of infrastructure. Now, one place where it says is to establish post offices and post roads. Now, if you're confused by what post roads are, post offices, everybody knows what those are. Post roads are the roads between the post offices, not to every mailbox, as a lot of people try to seem to think. They are the roads that connect the post offices to each other. Okay, that is the only place that the federal government has any authority on any type of infrastructure.
So you're talking like federal highways, right?
No,
not even federal highways.
Boston Road in the Bronx it's actually called Boston Post Road is the full name of it. It runs through the Bronx. It actually is highway number
critical thinkers ditch
because
Disney Plus because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us back. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York on August 25th. It is now 5 o'clock and we are back from our quick break. My puppy is doing a little bit better. Yes, he had a chicken bone, and so we've been taking care of him, but that was last night. He ate a chicken bone off the ground and hasn't been feeling great, but he's doing better today, so we're happy to hear that. Now, in the first half of the show, for those who are new, we were talking about the breaking news that came out. We were talking about what happened in Israel, which I think is very important. Israel is currently in a conflict with Hezbollah, and we can see, wait a minute. Let me fix myself here. There I am. So Israel and Hezbollah were trading blows. Hundreds of missiles and rockets and jets were flying early this morning at about 6:30. And the result has been three Lebanese individuals are dead. Hezbollah and Israel have both said that they may continue going forward, but not today. Iran has stayed silent, but they have also promised to attack Israel. And we've heard nothing from the United States, which is troubling, to say the very least. As a matter of fact, earlier today, Kamala Harris is talking about she wants to get rid of an assault weapons ban. That's on Twitter right now. She's looking to get rid of an assault weapons ban. What about what's happening in the Middle East? Take a position, woman. We need to have leadership. We need to know what America will do for Israel. We know what Donald Trump has said. We have no idea what Kamala Harris will do, which is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. In addition to that, we also heard about the news of a poll that has come out, which actually isn't a poll. It's a experiment. It is a experiment in learning how much influence sex and racism have on the election. That's what Fairleigh Dickinson actually was looking for, not what do people think about the candidates or whether they would vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. No, it was about are people being influenced by sex and race, which quite honestly, they shouldn't be. If we're a meritocracy, if the best people are involved, then sex and race have nothing to do with an election, because whether or not Kamala Harris is a woman of color, means nothing. It doesn't make her smarter, doesn't make her better, doesn't make her decisions work better. It means nothing. But it is a tactic to distract people from the issues that are at hand, that are affecting our elections, kind of like when RFK was talking about the censorship that he has been suffering throughout the entire campaign. Democrats kicked him out because he wasn't Joe Biden, because he was going to highlight and point out that Joe Biden is a zombie part-time president. And because he would do that in debates, there are many Democrats that would have lost power. And because of that, he had to be silenced. He was kicked out of the Democratic Party. He was virtually blacklisted from the mainstream news media. Virtually every single article and coverage that you saw about RFK Jr. was negative. It was saying that he had something wrong. He had brain worms. He had the bear in Central Park. There was always a negative story about him, nothing positive. Nothing about his actual policies, what he actually stood for, what he was offering America. Mind you, I'm a conservative Republican. I do not agree with RFK Jr.
I think he was absolutely wrong in all of his policies. He's an isolationist. He's a progressive. He's nothing different than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, in my opinion. But at the same time, he's an American citizen. He deserved the right to be able to speak to his party, Democrats, and to the American people, and to say, is this worth it? Is that worth your vote? He had that right. Democrats said no, because they're the party of honesty and transparency and democracy. That's why they removed RFK Jr., which he has now had the chance to highlight on Friday, because since they pushed him out of so many states, since he had to spend $20 million to be denied the opportunity to be on the debate stage, which he deserved. He has been as high as 19%. He has most recently been at about 5-6% after Joe Biden dropped out of the race. He was at 10% when Joe Biden was still in the race. He deserved his shot. I truly believe that. Not that I would vote for him, but he deserved to talk to people and give them an option, especially in the Democratic Party where he was denied, where Democrats were denied options. Instead, they anointed Kamala Harris without a single vote. How can you say that you are the party for democracy when no one voted for your candidate, when no one supported your candidate? She was anointed. She was placed there by an oligarchy of Democrats, individuals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, even AOC, combined their power and said, no, it's going to be Kamala Harris, and she's in charge. That's not the way it's supposed to work. So RFK decided to he suspended his campaign. And I know my good friend Larry Sharp has been very clear about this. RFK is not, he didn't drop out of the race. He actually is still running in several states. He's on the ballot in several states, about 30 states. He's on the ballot. You can still vote for him as a third-party candidate, but he has suspended his campaign, meaning he's not going to try and add to those 30 states. He's not going to try and fight against Donald Trump in battleground states. Instead, he is endorsing Donald Trump and he is supporting Donald Trump. So in those battleground states, instead of having three choices, the American people have essentially two, with RFK saying he wants to support Donald Trump because Trump is better than Kamala Harris, in part because Kamala Harris stands for nothing. And when I say that, I want to remind people exactly what I mean. This is Kamala Harris's website. I will update it live in front of everyone. They are asking for your money. We have gone over this for over 30, this is the 34th day that Kamala Harris has been running. This is the 34th day that Democrats have said and anointed Kamala Harris as their candidate. They want your money. They want your vote. And they are willing to give you absolutely nothing for it. You get nothing. You must give them money. You must vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. You must vote for her because she's a woman of color. You have to vote for Tim Walz because he's a progressive. But they offer you nothing. They have not told you what they will do, what do they stand for, what do they believe in. They've had lots of speeches, but we've seen that when they give speeches for Kamala Harris over the last 34 days, the mainstream news media have gone back and rewritten history. They have revisioned history. Oh, Kamala Harris was the most liberal, most progressive senator in the United States Senate. They wiped that out. That no longer exists. Not because she wasn't the most progressive of all the senators, but because that wouldn't get her more votes. So they wiped it out. Oh, she was the border czar. As of March 24th, 2021, we covered that on this channel. She was made the border czar by Joe Biden. Her job was to close the border, to reduce the amount of illegal immigration coming into the United States, to secure the national security, the threat of terrorists coming into America through that southern border. That was her job, her one job that she's had for 3.5 years. She was never removed from that position. She is the border czar. I didn't say that. Axios said that. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, New York Times, the mainstream news media of the world called her a border czar, and the White House said nothing because that was correct. And now they wiped that out and said, nope, that's not true. Oh, no. Even though they said it, even though they reported it for months, if not years, nope, that's not true. That's no longer correct. Don't hold it against her, the fact that she has failed dramatically and empirically without any question. There is no other outcome. But she's running now, so she has to be better than the best. She is perfect, except she's perfectly empty. She's the empty suit, the ultimate empty suit. There is no policy, so there's nothing you can be against. Yet, as we learn more and more about Kamala Harris, we are finding out that as people learn about her, she's losing support. I know. They were trying to say, oh no, she's up 7 points. She just lost the Muslim women, a group, Muslim Women for Hamas, disbanded. They withdrew their support. They are out. They said, no way. These are the Dearborn, Michigan voters. These are Ilhan Omar's voters. These are votes that they have been pandering towards. This is why the United States built a pier for Hamas in Gaza, costing $400 million, your taxes, part of the inflation that you are living through right now. The reason why eggs are over $5, why you can't afford your groceries, they're up 40%, and you can't pay your bills, is because to pander to these groups, Democrats built a pier to help Hamas, to give Hamas, a terrorist organization, food, fuel, and water so they could attack our only ally in the Middle East, Israel. Even as Hamas continued to torture and sexually abuse 19 Americans that they took as hostage, civilians that they have been beating upon and may well be dead. And now Kamala Harris lost them. Even though she and Joe Biden pandered in the hundreds of millions of dollars to these voters, she still lost them. And I believe that this is the beginning of the end. This is the peak. The DNC convention in Chicago was the peak for the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz candidacy. They can't get any better. They've had 34 days of nothing but positive news. To be correct, 84% of all news talking about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz has been positive for the last 34 days. 84%. Almost impossible. Why is it not 100%? Because people like myself, people like Larry Sharp, independents, people like even Kit Cabello, who is a progressive on Hard Lens Media, even the progressives were saying Kamala Harris is bad choice. She's bad news. That she has no principles, no core values to stand by, and doesn't deserve your vote. And she offers you nothing for your vote. She just takes, and she wants power. That's it. That's the only thing you can say. And as people have learned that people like Kit Cabello, a progressive, Larry Sharp, a libertarian, myself, a conservative Republican, as we have been delving into this and looking at the history, the empirical facts, not feelings, not the feelings of the left, but the facts, we have found that she is wanting. She is not a good candidate. That's why she lost in 2020, why she didn't even make it into the run for the primaries. She was abandoned by the Democrats, 95%. She left the race with less than 5% of Democrats supporting her. She left the race with no money. Why? Because as people find out anything about her actual positions, they leave. Just as the Muslim women for Harris. They were all happy, and the mainstream news media hyped this news that, oh, she had the white men and she had black women and Muslim women were all in favor of Kamala Harris. Yeah, this news wasn't as big. This news was big overseas. You had to go to The Guardian. The Guardian covered this. And if you read The Guardian, like I do, if you read the BBC, if you read international news, you know that Muslim women, they left. They disbanded and took away their support from Kamala Harris because she's not pandering enough to them. She's not good enough. And how many other organizations, how many other groups will follow in kind as they learn more and more about Kamala Harris? See, we have been subject to lie after lie after lie throughout this entire summer. The summer of 2024 has been a summer of Democratic lies revealed to the American public. Yes, there's Joe Biden. He's a zombie. He should be removed by the 25th Amendment because he doesn't know what he is doing. He is not in charge. At best, he works 5 days a week, 6 hours a day, at best, between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., and all of the news media knew this. The White House press pool knew this. Democrats like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, AOC, they knew this and lied to your face. Kamala Harris knew this and lied to your face, saying that Joe Biden was brilliant, sharp as a tack, on the job, working hard. All of these things we now know absolute lies. That's not spin. That's the fact. That's the evidence that has been corroborated by international news. Everyone has now admitted something that many of us have been telling you for years. Joe Biden is a figurehead. He doesn't run anything, but we don't know who does. And the one thing that the mainstream news media throughout this entire summer, as they revealed lie after lie after lie, what they did not reveal, who is in charge? It's not Kamala Harris. She's not making decisions. But who is? We don't know. Whether it's 18 hours every day and through the weekends, or if it's more, we don't know. Is that why Americans were killed by Hamas and taken as hostages? Is that why Israel thinks it can attack Iran can attack Israel? Is that why Russia decided that they would attack the Ukraine? Is that why China is now attacking and they're on the edge of a war with the Philippines? Because they know Joe Biden isn't in charge. Kamala Harris isn't in charge, and nobody does know who is in charge. They can get away with it because there's no one at the helm of the ship. Now, if there's anyone on the left that disagrees with me, if there's anyone on the left that wants to say, Mike, you don't understand, please explain. Let's go through the facts, not the feelings, the facts. I don't care how you feel. You can have whatever feeling you want. They're yours. I have my own feelings. We're not talking about feelings. We're talking about the facts, the reality that we have to live through, no matter what feeling you might have, no matter what kind of rose-colored, rose-tinted glasses you might want to wear, the reality does not go away. And we know that there's more lies. If you listen to only the mainstream news media, CNBC, MSN, you would not know that there were protesters throughout the entire Democratic convention in Chicago. Now, I have to admit, on this channel, I told you last week that I thought there would be fires, there would be riots, and there would be arrests. That's what I thought would happen during the week of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Were there fires? No. Were there riots? Yes. Were there arrests? Yes. Was there violence from the left? Yes, there absolutely was. And not only that, there were people who were being arrested. Now, you may not have noticed because MSNBC didn't run with the headline that people were being arrested. ABC News wasn't pushing out nationally the fact that people were being arrested in the dozens. We do know that pro-Hamas protesters, the far left of the Democratic Party, we know that they were out there. We know that there were well over, now according to the AP, there were more than 2,000. According to Kit Cabello, there was somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 individuals, possibly on some days up to 10,000 people in Chicago outside the DNC. There was a wall. Walls don't work for the nation, but they work for Nancy Pelosi's house, for Chuck Schumer's house, for AOC's house, and they work for the DNC convention in Chicago. They built a wall to keep out the protesters. Somewhere between 2,000 to 10,000 protesters, all of them Democrats, were being isolated. They were rejected by the Democratic Party so that they could show you a party. They could show you singers and actors and multimillionaires telling you how bad multimillionaires and the rich are. This is insanity, folks. But we know that these protesters, they came together. We know that well over 56 of them were arrested. I love it. My computer's freezing up. We know that more than 56 in the first 2 days, over 56 protesters were arrested. That's a fact. And then we know that following that, even more were arrested. There were over 74 arrests in the first 3 days alone. The news media has been very sketchy. They have hidden this news. They have suppressed it. Not that they didn't report it. No, they did report it. They just pushed it way, way down. They spent 30 seconds on the news to tell you about the facts of what was affecting your life, of what was going on. They did not want to address this. They did not want you to know about this. They did not want to have this conversation with you. They knew it was happening. They knew that if they admitted the facts, the truth, and told you what we told you, that the left always riots when they don't get what they want, that they always resort to violence, that they use that as a part of their coercion, their fear-mongering to force people to do what they want. They are a small sliver of the Democratic Party. They are a tiny, infinitesimal part of the entire United States public. But they use violence, they use anger to try and get people to do whatever it is they want. And that is a problem. Let me show you. 74, according to CBS News, local news. I want you to be very clear about that. This is CBS local news, not national. No, CBS wouldn't nationally tell you this, but if you're local, they told you on CBS that over 74 people were arrested. Over 74 people were arrested in the first 4 days of the Democratic National Convention. That they were using violence, that they were attacking people, and that they broke into the convention itself on the third day. They actually broke through. They had conflict. They were fighting with police. They broke through the barricades, and they entered into, a couple of people, a handful of them, entered into the convention. And then those people were swarmed by the convention and pushed out. So that the mainstream news media, the people watching on news who were looking for Beyonce to show up, who never did, that they never found out about it. While you were watching Michelle Obama, the real news was that the protesters, the far left, were using violence against other Democrats to try and push their pro-Hamas message. But Democrats didn't say anything about that because they still want them to vote for them. You weren't told. In the meantime, you get nothing. Nothing is offered. They want your vote. They want your money. They want you to volunteer and work your ass off for these candidates, for Kamala Harris and for Tim Walz. And they won't give you any reason because you're a slave. They don't need to give the slaves, the peons, the serfs. That's what you are being treated as. You don't need a reason. Your masters, your betters have told you just do it. And they expect that you will. And people are. And I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why are people doing this? We know that Kamala Harris, even as recently as August 22nd, 3 days ago, Kamala Harris has a disapproval of 49.2%. More than roughly about half of America do not like her. They don't like the job she's doing. They think she's a failure because the evidence says she is a failure. And yet, they're collecting millions of dollars. I don't get it. We have people, when you go to the polls, we have people who are saying they will vote for her. They will vote blue no matter who. That is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard in an election. It's as dumb as saying, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. That's not a reason. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman of color. That's not a reason. Those are characteristics. Those are check boxes. You might as well said that she was wearing sneakers, so you're going to vote for her because she wore sneakers. Oh, wait a minute, Mike, that's just being silly. You're just mocking her at that point, saying she wore sneakers. That's why I'm voting. It's the same reason as voting for her because of the color of her skin. It's the same reason as saying you're voting for her because of her gender. Those are check boxes. That doesn't mean she's good. That doesn't mean she has good policies. In fact, she doesn't have a single policy for you to tell me she's good or bad at it. Is she good for the economy? You don't know because she doesn't have a policy. Is she good on international politics? You don't know. She doesn't have a policy. Does she have a plan to fix anything? You don't know because she doesn't tell you. This should be a blowout. I know that Nate Silvers, there was some breaking news during the break. Nate Silvers has come out and said that he thinks now that Kamala Harris could get as many as 280 electoral votes, roughly about 27 states, that she could win 27 states. And I can't understand how. What is the reason why people would vote for Kamala Harris? What is she offering you? Her party lied to your face over and over again. They allowed 378 illegal aliens into America. Let me say it again. 378 known or suspected terrorists into America. Many of these individuals, we know for a fact, have admitted that they were here to try and kill civilians, to try and assassinate our elected officials. We know this. They have admitted this. And we know some of these illegal aliens, some of them connected to these terrorist organizations, some not, have killed American women in colleges. We know this. And yet, and this is directly the result of the Biden-Harris open border policy. This is directly the result of Kamala Harris not doing her job, being a failure. That is irrefutable. I understand the news media, since they can't refute it, say they don't want to talk about it. And they've done their best job of trying to eliminate it so that you can't research it. But it's still there. The videos that we have done over the years, as well as many others, still exist. You can't hide this. I know their answer is, well, then we'll just suppress the channel. Make it harder for people to find No Soundbites Allowed. So they can't go back 18 years. So they can't go back 3 years and to see what Kamala Harris was doing. To go back to 2021, on March of 2021, and see Joe Biden put her in as the border czar and now know the consequence of that failure that has endangered the national security, one of the top issues Americans are worried about. Immigration, her failure there, one of the top issues that every American is worried about, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. I don't get how Kamala Harris can be sitting there and having any kind of competition. I don't understand how Nate Silver can say she could win 27 states. That doesn't make sense to me. How? How is that possible? What is it? I am asking, I am begging Democrats, progressives out there, why are you voting for her? Because of the color of her skin? Because she's a woman? Because you're going to vote blue no matter who? So if we had a glass of water and it was a Democrat, you'd vote for that? I mean, it's the same thing as voting for Kamala Harris because there's nothing there. Honestly, if you think I am wrong, if you think I have somehow misinformed you, that I am not providing evidence, which I am providing, unless you think the United States government, the Guardian, the CBS News, if you think that the mainstream news media is somehow, I don't know, Republican, I mean, I can't imagine how anyone would ever think that. It makes no sense. And everyone who has ever ranked the mainstream news media, 90% of the mainstream news media are left-leaning, and we virtually only use left-leaning sites to provide the evidence of what we're talking about. Because the left can't hide the truth. They can just obscure it. They can just suppress it, but they can't remove it. The truth is always there. No matter how you may feel about it, the truth is still the truth. There isn't your truth. There isn't my truth. There is the truth. And the truth exists always. You can't suppress that. Well, you can't remove it, but you can suppress it. And that's what they're doing. And I ask Democrats all the time, where's your evidence? What's your answer? What's your reason? You can't tell me it's because you think Kamala Harris will be great for the economy. Really? What's her plan? What's she going to do? Oh, she's going to fix the economy. Wait a minute. She's been vice president along with Joe Biden for 3.5 years. Joe Biden has been a zombie for the entire time. She could have fixed the economy. In fact, if she's so great and she can fix the economy, she can lower the price of food for you and me, why isn't she doing it now? She wants to win the election. This is as simple as it gets, folks. If Kamala Harris wants to win the election in a landslide, bring down food prices right now. That's it. Come out with your policy. Tell it to Joe Biden on national news. Say, this is exactly how we will lower food prices. Joe Biden is a zombie. You can do it. Even if you have to use the 25th Amendment, get him out. Here's your policy. Here's your time. Put your policy into effect right now. There are poor people in America that are desperate. There are people in middle class that are hungry right now. Why do we have to wait until January to find out what your idea might be, to find out if it actually works? Do it now. Do it right now. And if it works, you will win the election in a landslide. I ask everyone who is on the left, why isn't she doing that? If you want to win, if you think she's that good, if you think she has that great a set of ideas, why isn't she doing it right now? She's the nominee. She is now the nominee. She's running for the presidency. Why does it? She has the ability and the power to put these policies into place right now. And if it's such a great idea, she does it and everyone will recognize it and she will win in a landslide. It's that simple. But instead, she says, in January, I'll tell you what my idea is. It will be fantastic. You will save money. Why do we have to wait until January? How many kids have to starve until January? I know all the leftists love to tell me, oh, but the kids in Gaza are starving. I don't care. I'm in America. I'm an American citizen. I care about American kids first. Yes, I care about kids in Gaza. I do. And once we get things figured out here, then we'll go and help them. In fact, we're helping them already. We're already sending over food. We're already sending over water. The government of Gaza, which is Hamas, a terrorist organization, They take the food out of the kids' mouths so that they can continue to fight. So I'm not worried about trying to work that out right now. I want to feed American kids. I want to feed the kids who are starving in America. And I'm listening to Kamala Harris say she has a solution, but she won't do it. The kids aren't important enough to her. This is the honest truth. If you stop playing the emotional games and actually listen to what she has said, she has a plan. It will work. She'd rather let the kids starve because she wants your vote, and you have to wait until January before she will help you. That's evil. That is evil. Think about it. I know no one wants to tell you that. I know the news media doesn't want to think about that. That is evil. It's horrendous. She has the plan. She is confident it's going to work. You don't get to have that plan. It won't happen until after you give her a vote, only after you wait until January, and your kids starve until that time. Tell me, anyone who's on the left, anyone who's voting blue, tell me why that's a good thing for America. Why would we want that? Why should I trust that person? I'm telling you, I think that's evil. Maybe you in the comments, maybe everyone who's watching. I know on Rumble, we have way more people watching on Rumble than on YouTube or on Facebook. Tell me, guys, do you think I'm wrong here? Am I overstating this? Am I misunderstanding? If I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to be corrected. If I've misunderstood, I'm not. I'm looking at the evidence. I'm looking at all of the data. I'm listening to all of the speeches, and this is what I am getting without any emotion. I'm not trying to spin it left or right. This is what we are being told. No spin, no emotion. This is it. And that's evil. And we're being told, like this is the acolyte, that evil is somehow now good. This is the new thing that's coming from the left. Evil is good. You saw no one saw the acolyte. That's why it got canceled. But if you've seen any of the episodes of the acolyte, they try to tell you, and if you listen to the interviews by Leslie Headland, the former assistant of Harvey Weinstein, if you listen to her, she said she aligns with the Sith. She aligns with evil. She is trying to tell you that the Jedi, who are supposed to be the good guys, are evil. That the bad guys, the Sith, who are evil by nature, they're the good guys. They've inverted morality. This is what the left does. They invert morality. It's the same thing with what we're seeing with Kamala Harris. She has a solution, but she won't give it to you. She would rather let you suffer until she gets what she wants. That is selfish. That is evil. That's torturing people. Am I wrong? Am I wrong at all? That's how you torture somebody. I think it's incredibly evil. I really do. And this is why the channel's being suppressed, and why we desperately need your like, your share, why we need your subscription. It helps so much. And yes, if you can afford $1.50 every month, $1.50 a month, if you can afford that, fantastic. It helps us pay the bills, helps keep the lights on, helps me to get to different events, like when I went to Freedom Fest in July, to be able to provide live coverage there, which you've seen some of the interviews. They're on the channel. I'm only able to do that because of your support. Hopefully we'll one day get a sponsor, and that'll help us pay the bills. But that's only because you are paying attention, because you are breaking through that algorithm that says, nope, you can only watch CNN, and CNN only has good things to say, because Kamala Harris is Ray Palpatine. She's perfect. She's the Mary Sue of American politics. Everything she does is right, even though your eyes are watching everything be wrong. You're watching evil take place right in front of you. I have no other way that I could describe it. I have no other way I can describe what she has said so far. Mind you, what she said isn't policy. It's just what she's talking about. It's what she's saying on a campaign trail. It has no weight. It's even easier to forget than the evidence that we have seen that we've seen the news media wipe out. We knew for a fact she was the most progressive senator in America. They wiped that out. If they can do that, how easy is it for that same news media to forget that she happened to say something in a speech in a city you don't even know? Give me a second, I'm getting okay. So, just got an update. My good friend Larry Sharp will be on at 7 o'clock live. He'll be talking about RFK Jr. and the impact he's going to have. Now, I know you saw in the coverage during the break that on Friday I was talking with the Liberty First Foundation, the Friday Roundtable. We were talking about the impact of RFK on the election, how we could see several things change. I think it's very important. But before we get to that, I also want to mention something that I think is equally as important. Hello, and I don't think it's getting any attention. This week we found out, and I did a video on this, that the U.S. military bases in America, our domestic bases, are under attack as we speak. Those very same 378 known and suspected terrorists have been attacking our bases consistently. That we have seen fort after fort, base after base come under direct fire. They're shooting at our soldiers at bases all across America. And the news media doesn't want to talk about that because these are illegal aliens that are doing it. And every time we have caught them, every time we have gotten a lead, these are individuals that have come from through the open border system, many of them connected to terrorist organizations from around the world. But you're not hearing about that because you might not vote Democrat if you did. You might not support the Democratic candidates because they made this possible. I think it's important to talk about. That's why I did the video. And that's why so few people are able to see this live stream today versus what they normally are able to see. We had over 220 people watching the Friday live stream. The Friday live stream had over 220 people watching. The middle of the night, it was Friday night, Eastern Standard Time, 11 o'clock at night, 220 people were watching us. And now, well, we have less. It's because we're telling you things they don't like. Their feelings are hurt because we're talking about the facts, not feelings, the facts, the empirical data that is out there. Again, if anyone disagrees, I say this every time. If people disagree, tell me why. Tell me why. I'm happy to hear that argument. I'm happy to have that conversation with you. You know, we're looking at the polling. And again, the negativity that has been attached to RFK because he merely said, I think I can do better than Joe Biden. I can do better than Kamala Harris. Even though he's a progressive, even though he's a Democrat, he's a Kennedy. Damn, think about that. He's a Kennedy. You don't get much more blue than that. And they have looked at him and they have attacked him. And this article from the AP just shows us how negative the news media can be, how they attacked him over and over again. Even though, with all of these attacks, the media blackout, he was still able to get up to 19%. That he was, before Joe Biden dropped out, he was at 10 to 15% in various polls. That tells you Democrats were interested in what he had to say. even now, we believe with RFK out of the race, with RFK supporting Donald Trump, we can see Donald Trump get a bump. He's going to get a boost that will last, a long-term boost of somewhere around 2.5 to 4 points. Now, if we are correct about this, if we're correct, looking at the polling data as it exists right this moment, if we're correct, 2.5 to 4 points means that Donald Trump takes the lead away from Kamala Harris. It puts the race back to exactly where it was before Joe Biden withdrew. It puts us back to the same levels where we saw it's been for the last roughly year and a half that Donald Trump is winning. That's what we think will happen. And we know Kennedy has enough votes. We're talking about half his support, maybe a little bit more. If half his support or more goes to Trump, Trump wins. That's it. And again, we think that Kamala Harris has peaked, 46.4. I don't think she'll ever do better than this. Even with the fake polls that are out there, polls that are trying to see, that are actually experiments about whether or not people are voting because of race and color, two characteristics. Are people checking boxes and voting blue no matter who? Even with polls like that, which are disingenuous and useless, even with that, Kamala Harris, I don't think will ever get over 46.4%. Because as people learn about her, the second she sits down and finally does an interview with the friendly left-leaning news media that she has avoided, when she finally does it, she's going to lose people. Not just the Muslim women for Harris, not just them. She's going to lose most of her Democrat base. Most of the progressive base are going to run away from her. We already know people like Kit Cabello and Hardlines Media, they don't support her. We know that the far left don't support her, that progressives don't support her because she's not genuine, because she's not good. Is this making sense, folks? Am I not being clear? Because I think I am. And I always look forward to your comments. And by the way, you can also call in, as you can see across the screen, 929-715-8569. You can call in. If you can't type fast enough, you can always call in and tell me, hey, Mike, no, I think you're wrong. I think you misunderstood. Hey, Mike, I think you missed this piece of data. But every piece of data that is available that I am aware of says the same thing that I am saying to you right now. The only thing that is different is the spin. Is Democrats saying, be happy. You're happy with her. Well, is it joy? Oh yeah, Democrats are running on joy. Aren't you joyous about paying 40% more for the food in the grocery stores? Aren't you having joy at suffering, having less money available because all your bills went up? Isn't it joyous to know that your life is more in danger from illegal aliens that are known or suspected terrorists? Exponentially more, 3,000% more at risk than you were 4 years ago. Isn't that joyous? Don't you feel happy? Oh, I know. But Oprah said she's great. Oprah's a billionaire. Oprah doesn't live in Chicago. She gave that up a long time ago. Oprah doesn't know how you live. She doesn't care what the price of eggs is. She's a multi-billionaire. Oh, but Michelle Obama has never held an elected office, ever. She's never run for elected office. She's never run a business. She is the wife of a president, which means nothing. That doesn't mean she's smart, doesn't mean she's qualified. Yes, she's black. Who cares? Yes, Michelle Obama is a woman. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Those are characteristics, just like she's married to Barack Obama. That's a characteristic. That has nothing to do with her. What is the most famous thing that Michelle Obama is known for? Telling kids to eat good food and hashtag Boko Haram. That's it. Oh, did you forget about that? That was one of her successes. Boko Haram is continuing to have slavery in Africa. Slavery exists. I know Democrats don't like to mention that because slavery means 1860 in America. No, it doesn't. There's slavery in the world today. They call it human trafficking. They call it sex trafficking. That's slavery. And it exists. And there's more slavery in the world today than there has ever been at any other time in the history of mankind. That is a fact. Democrats don't like to mention that because they want you to think slavery was done and they solved it. No, they didn't. Not even close. They didn't vote for it. Just like they didn't vote for women's right to vote. The 19th Amendment. Democrats didn't vote for that. Republicans voted for that. Two third-party candidates, members of Congress, two members of two different third parties, along with Republicans, voted and passed the 19th Amendment. That's why women have the right to vote, not because of Democrats. They don't like you to think about the history. Go back, look at it. I actually did a video on it. It's a fact. You look up the vote from 1903 and you will see. Democrats didn't vote. They voted against women getting the right to vote. That's Democrats for you. They were also against the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s and the 1950s. They were against that. That being said, moving forward, what is Michelle Obama known for? What did she do? She was never elected. She never had any power. She never ran a single business. She's known for being black, checkbox, a woman, checkbox, being married to Barack Obama, checkbox. None of that is a qualification for anything. That doesn't qualify her as good or bad or anything. It has absolutely zero bearing on anything. And people are fawning over her words. Because Michelle Obama said Kamala Harris is good, she must be good. Why do you care what Michelle Obama said? She's done nothing. Absolutely nothing. The most she did is told Boko Haram, a terrorist organization in Africa that continues to enforce slavery, that steals women from around Africa and puts them into slavery. And the answer that came from the Obama administration came from Michelle Obama. And her answer was hashtag return the girls. That was it. Give the girls back. That was it. She put a hashtag out. Did nothing. The world shared the hashtag and nothing changed. The girls didn't get released. They still were sold into slavery. Every one of the girls were sold into slavery. Michelle Obama failed. Did nothing. Did she raise awareness? No. People aren't aware that slavery exists in America or in the world. They're not aware of that. They know about human trafficking. They don't know about slavery. They're the same thing. So she failed. Did she get the girls released? No. She failed. Is slavery still going on in Africa? Yes. She failed. Is Boko Haram continuing to be a terrorist organization that continues to put people into slavery? Yes. Michelle Obama failed. Michelle Obama is a failure. And yet Democrats, oh my God, she's the greatest thing ever. She failed. And she's now telling you that you should go with Kamala Harris, another failure, another individual, another Democrat that has failed at every single objective that you have ever seen them take on. I don't get it. These things are important to me because if America continues down this road, it is authoritarian. It is the destruction of the Constitution and our rights and our freedoms. We will lose more than we could ever possibly gain. This is bad for America. No other way to say it. America will be harmed if we continue down this path. Kamala Harris is dangerous to America, not because she's a bad person per se. I don't know. I don't know her. Her policies are non-existent. That's bad for America. She has failed at everything she has done. That's bad for America. She has suppressed voices she doesn't like RFK Jr. That's bad for America. Where are the good things? Where's the counterpoint? There is no saint out there. And I know that there are people, because I've heard this, I showed it to you guys. There are people who are going to say, but Mike, you need to go to hell. Where is it? Where did he say it? There it is. People have told me to go to hell in a live stream because I'm not voting Democrat. Because I'm black and I'm not going to vote Democrat. I'm not going to vote blue no matter who. I'm never going to vote blue. I do not agree with the Democratic Party or their principles. I do not believe in the progressive ideology at all. I do not support any of their candidates. That's me. I'm a conservative Republican. I've run for elected office as a conservative Republican more than once. Did I lose? Yes. I still ran. I have my values. I have my conviction, what I believe in. And I'm not going to change that just because of the color of my skin or because somebody else says, oh, well, you're going to go to hell. Why? Because I don't like what you said. I don't care. I don't care how you feel. You feel. I have my own feeling. Why don't you accept my feeling? What makes your feeling more important than mine? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Because we're Americans. And just because you have a feeling doesn't mean I have to have that feeling. Not at all. And I'm going by facts. Everything that we have said on this show is a fact. We have made every conclusion based on a fact, on evidence that we are showing you the sources. Internationally credible sources have reviewed this. This is why we are consistently correct in the predictions we make. And I know that Nate Silvers is right now out there, and there are Democrats who are retweeting it left and right, saying, oh my God, Kamala's going to win. No, I don't think she is. Because at the end of the day, Americans are going to have to face the very simple truth. What did she do? What is she offering? Not only what did she do, what does she offer? What is she going to give you? Nothing. And she's not embarrassed about it. She's not hiding it. This isn't a secret. This is the official Kamala Harris 2024 election website. It has nothing. It's been 34 days. Nothing. Because they know the second they put something of substance up there, because there is nothing of substance there now. There's nothing there. The bios, meaningless. Color of skin, meaningless. Genders, meaningless. There's nothing of substance. They haven't offered anything because they know the second that they do, they're going to lose votes. They're going to lose donors because people will say, I can't just vote blue for anyone. And they're going to either not vote at all or they're going to take up the advice from RFK Jr. and they're going to vote for Donald Trump. That's the reality. So we do still predict Donald Trump's going to win. Again, it may be a close race. It may be 1 or 2 percentage points. It's going to wind up being probably 28 states for Donald Trump, maybe 30 for Donald Trump. Yeah, we think he's going to get over 300 electoral votes. Yes, I do. Now that we know RFK Jr. is on the same side as Donald Trump, now that RFK Jr. is putting his support behind Donald Trump, yeah, I think you will see Donald Trump get 300 electoral votes. I think it's going to be a damn near landslide because eventually Kamala Harris will have to have a debate. She will eventually have to tell the public what she believes in, what she stands for, what she plans to do, and why she isn't doing it already. She's got to explain all that. And when she does, people are going to say, no, that's not worth voting for. I truly believe that. Oh, hey, here we go. I missed a couple of comments here. So let me catch up. I apologize, I missed that. I looked over and I didn't see anything. So we do have a comment from Democrat Mike. For people who don't know, Democrat Mike is a Democrat voice. Yeah, I push up range report. Thank you for letting me know. I increased the volume. Let me know if that's good enough. So Democrat Mike has joined us. Democrat Mike, as the name implies, is a Democrat. He is vote blue no matter who. And he often has a different point of view. So fantastic. And we welcome him on the channel. We always have. We do not silence him. We do not restrict his voice because we don't believe in that. So Democrat Mike says, Kamala wants to protect Social Security, Medicare, Obamacare, Trump. Trump and Republicans want to cut all those. Where's the proof? Democrat Mike, where's the proof? I'm on her website. You say that Kamala wants to protect Social Security. That's not on her website. She wants to protect Medicare. Not here. Obamacare. Not here. And I know she's been flipping positions in her speeches to the public, like with fracking and with other points, and defunding the police. She has flipped her position from what she said in the past. So if you're telling me, well, in 2019, when she was running, she wanted to protect Social Security or Obamacare. Maybe, but she's flipped positions from 2019. And she doesn't actually have a position right now. So you may feel like she would protect these things. That's not what she said. There is no proof of that. There is no evidence. There is no policy. So that's your feeling, but your feeling means nothing because that's not politics. That doesn't count. Let me go on. So Democrat Mike goes on to say, Trump ain't winning. Well, that is, again, your feeling. That's how you feel. I don't agree. Looking at the data and what has consistently been true over time, and the fact that given the more that people learn about the positions that Kamala Harris has, the more likely they are to abandon her, well, then I tend to believe that she's not going to make it. Again, that's not just me saying that. Where is it? We have the Muslim. There it is. Again, when the Muslim Women for Harris had the opportunity to learn a little bit more, again, not even policy, but just learned more about Kamala Harris and where she stands on the Middle East, they abandoned her. So, no, I don't think she wins. I think she loses. Absolutely. Now, Democrat Mike says, oh, but he thinks I'm delusional. Okay. He also thought I'm going to hell. Guess what? Democrat Mike, you're not the Pope. You're not Jesus. I'm not going to hell, and I don't care. I mean, if we're going to go there about personalities, I don't care. You think it's delusional. No, that's your feeling. I don't care. Your feeling isn't fact. Your feeling is just exactly that, a feeling. I have a different feeling. There is no reason why your feeling is any better than mine. None. And I'm giving you facts to back up my conclusions, which are made based on logic, not feelings. So I think I have a superior position. Let's go on. Democrat Mike goes on to say, Kamala Harris has said those things recently. She said she recently is going to support a Medicare and Obamacare. She never said she wanted to cut those things before, ever. I never said she did say she wants to cut them. I said I don't trust her. I said she has said many things. She has flipped many positions. She has denied facts that we know are true. We know the left have been changing the reality. She was the most progressive senator. That's been wiped out. We know she was border czar. That was being, they attempted to wipe that out. Her record is being changed before our eyes as we catch it. She has flipped on multiple positions that she has had long term. I don't trust her. She says whatever gets her votes. I have to go by what are they willing to put in writing. Not what you're just going to say to get a vote on a campaign trail to get more donations. What are you putting on paper? What are the details? What are you going to do and what are the details? She won't tell. She won't do an interview with the news media to be on the record about what she supports. If she supports Social Security or Obamacare, have an interview with MSNBC. They are as friendly as any news media agency will be to Kamala Harris. She goes to CNN. They're as friendly to the left as she could ever get. Go to them, do an interview. Why has she denied them? It's not that they didn't ask. They have been asking her for 34 days to do an interview. She has told them consistently, no. Why is she hiding from the news media? Why is she afraid to go on the record? Because it's not serious. Because she has no core values. And that's why I think she loses. Let me see. Mike says that he was right in 2016, 2018, 2020, 22. I don't know about any of that. You weren't on this channel. You don't have a channel of your own. You're telling me that. I have no way to know. Maybe you were, maybe you weren't. I do have a record because I do have a channel. I have publicly made statements that you can verify, that everyone can verify. And I can factually, not empirically, there's no guesswork about it. It's empirical. You can check. I'm right 80% of the time. I'm not God. I'm not right 100% of the time. I'm a human being. I'm fallible. But I am right 80% of the time. Not because I say so, but because you can check and see the things that I've said. When I said that the Biden-Harris policies were going to hurt America's economy, that was February 17th of 2021. You can go and look up that video and you will see it. When I said in August of 2022 that America was going to a recession, in part because of the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, that's not me just saying it. You can look up the video. You will see that I said it and I was correct. I've been telling you that we're correct. As we speak, the Biden-Harris administration has been revealed to be liars again. 818,000 fewer jobs. They want to tell us, oh, they have 16 million jobs that they created. No, you lied, because there's at least 818,000 jobs over the last year that don't exist, that you just made up to make their record look better. I have no reason to have trust or faith in the Democratic Party and the left-leaning news media that is trying to prop them up. Because as we look at the details, we find lie after lie after lie. And no one should be elected because they lied to the American people. No one. Mike goes, oh, you don't trust Kamala Harris. No, of course not. Why in the hell would I trust Kamala Harris? She lied a lot to the American people. She flips her positions a lot. She won't go on the record. Yeah, I have no reason to trust her. There is no basis for trust, or she has no consistency. Of course I don't trust her. Of course not. And that's a good thing. No one should. I don't trust most politicians to start with because they're politicians. And I've known way too many politicians over the last 2 decades. I've done interviews with way too many politicians over the last 2 decades. I don't trust any of them. But I really don't trust Kamala Harris because she's been proven to be a liar. By the way, the Range Report said in the middle of that you don't have to silence the voices of people that vote Democrat. They're voting to have their own voices censored. They've already shown that they don't care about their own vote, which I would have to believe because they're supporting a process where they had nothing to do with it. Kamala Harris was never voted. No one ever voted for her, not one single vote. She didn't get a vote in a primary in 2019, in 2020. She didn't get a single primary vote in 2024. But now she is now the candidate because a small group of very powerful Democrats said, yeah, we picked her. And you and Democrats are being told, the rank and file people are being told, just obey. Just accept it. Vote blue no matter who. Stop asking questions. And that's a problem. I agree with you, Range Report. It's a massive problem. So that is a massive problem there. So Democrat Mike goes on to say, I won't be able to live anymore because little old you has no trust in the Democratic Party. I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean. Democrat Mike, seriously, you've had better arguments than this in the past. You've tried to make better arguments for Joe Biden. I understand you have nothing to work with. I understand you're trying to justify vote blue no matter who. And I appreciate that you're on the channel and you're doing your best to try and promote your idea, vote blue no matter who. But there's no substance behind it. Because I didn't say, oh, you shouldn't be able to live because I don't agree with you. I've never said that. I don't care. I don't care. All I'm saying is, this is my problem with Kamala Harris. I can't find substance in her race. And I'm talking not her color of skin. I'm talking about her positions in her policies for 2024 and what she's saying. There's no substance to her, which is why she's avoided the mainstream news media. And you're telling me, oh my God, but you can't say that. Oh my God, it's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous that someone is running for presidency and no one has ever voted for them and they have no positions. They have no policies. I have interviewed candidates at every level of government for 2 decades. That is a fact. Since 2008, I have been interviewing candidates for elected office of every level of government, of every single party. I have never encountered a candidate for any position that doesn't have a policy, a position, something to tell their voters why to vote for them. I've never run into that before until Kamala Harris. It's just a fact. Everyone. I've talked to progressives, I've talked to conservatives, libertarians, Republicans, Democrats, people who are in elected office, people who are first-time candidates. I have never run into anyone who doesn't have a position, who doesn't have policies, except Kamala Harris. Makes no sense. So whether or not you like that Democrat, Mike, is meaningless. It is the fact. Whether or not you like it, whether or not I like it, is meaningless. You're focused on a feeling. You want me to feel like what you're saying is important, Democrat Mike. It's not. It's just like you wanted me to feel guilty or bad or sad because you said I was going to go to hell. I don't. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not God. You're not a priest. You're not a rabbi. You're nothing. You're just a person. And just because you don't agree with how I feel doesn't change my life. That's it. So the Range Report goes on to say, Kamala Harris was selected again, but only after voters were denied any other option. Also referring to the fact that she was selected because she's a black woman, which was the criteria that Joe Biden had in 2020, that he had limited. He put filters in and said, I'm not going to go for the best person. I'm going to go for a black woman, which instantly means not the best person. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to put in a filter, black woman. So he excluded the best people, the best person for the vice presidency to pick a black woman, and in that category, he picked Kamala Harris. So that's part of the selection that the Range Report is talking about here. Oh, we got people talking over at Rumble as well. Yeah, I know. My dog's acting up. You may hear him in a moment. We're finishing up soon. So Gamblin' Kenny over on Rumble says, Kamala Harris jailed a couple thousand of people, black men, for marijuana offenses in California when she was the DA and the AG, even though those around her said, let him slide. In fact, she kept, this is a fact, Kamala Harris did in fact keep people in jail longer than their sentences, and even when they were found innocent, she kept them in jail. That is a documented fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a question. She did, in fact, keep people in jail that were supposed to be set free. She did that because they were doing prison labor, and it was cheap. It was good for the state. So that is absolutely correct, Gamblin' Kenny. She did, in fact, keep people in prison that were supposed to be set free. Yeah, and she kept an innocent man in particular who was on death row, and she kept him in prison even though he was supposed to be released. That's a fact. So Democrat Mike responds to all of this by saying, the facts are Republicans have had a hard time winning elections since 2016. Who cares? So what? I don't care. That has nothing to do with 2024. That has nothing to do with Kamala Harris and whether or not she has a position. It has nothing to do with her policies and her flip-flops. That has nothing to do with it. Whether or not Republicans win a lot or little has nothing to do with Kamala Harris and her policies and what she has presented to the American people, and the fact that she has absolutely, unequivocally lied to the American people. That is a fact. It is irrefutable. So whether or not Republicans win means nothing in reference to, did she lie? Yes. Does she flip-flop on her policies? Yes. Does she have any definitive policies that she is on the record about? None. So it doesn't matter if Republicans are winning or losing. Has nothing to do with it. But he goes on to say, Democrat Mike goes on to say, your feelings are irrelevant. That's what I've said to you, because that's all you're offering. You're offering your feeling. I am giving you absolute facts. You're giving me feelings. Big difference. The facts are people continue to reject Republicans. That's not true. Local elections, many Republicans have been elected. Matter of fact, the majority of Republicans were elected in 2022. Was it a red wave? No. But did Republicans win? Yes, they did. So you're talking about hype versus fact. You're talking about feeling versus reality. I don't care about the hype or the feelings. I'm dealing with reality. So again, you're not telling me a reason why Kamala Harris should win. You're telling me Republican bad, Orange man bad. Who cares? You're telling me Republican bad, Orange man bad, but you're not telling me here's what Kamala did right. You're not telling me what Kamala did good. You can't look at her history and say, this has been a great decision by her. You can't tell me her time as vice president, this is what she succeeded at. You're not giving me a reason, or even other Democrats, any reason on why she's such a great candidate. You have none, except vote blue no matter who. That's your answer. And I understand that's your answer. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to understand. And you're giving me an answer that says check boxes. Check boxes. She's black. You might as well just say, well, she's black and a woman, so you have to vote for her. Sexism and racism are the reasons for it. The 2024 election, according to Democrat Mike, according to many Democrats, is, okay, the election's all about representation. That's it. It's a representation. It's like The Acolyte. It's like Disney Star Wars. It's just, or Disney Marvel. It's representation. Representation. Does that mean good? No. Does it mean bad? No. It means nothing. It is meaningless. It doesn't actually have substance to it. And that's what we have been talking about. Substance is what I have been talking about for hours now. And we're about to be ending that shortly in about 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to cut it a little early today. As you heard recently, my dog is acting up. He's not feeling well, so I'm going to take him out in about 10 minutes. But the Ranger report mentions when she was DA, she knowingly withheld exculpatory evidence that proved a convicted man was innocent. Again, these are the facts, which is exactly what Gambling Kenny was mentioning over on Rumble. That she withheld evidence, fact, reality, and kept an innocent man in prison. Again, these are facts. That's not a reason to vote for her. The facts say she should not run. This is the reason why in 2019, Democrats rejected her. Because when you look at the facts, you find someone who has only gotten through the ranks because of DEI. Because she used her race and her gender in multiple ways to advance her career. Not because she's the most qualified, not because she's the most successful, not because she has a good plan. She doesn't. And I think that's one of the reasons why RFK was so critical in what we've seen in this election cycle. Why he was getting so many votes. Because he was highlighting that if Democrats had an option, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden weren't their choice. They would not have picked them. Which is why so many Democrats are so upset about RFK joining with Donald Trump. Because they need those votes. Because it highlights how fundamentally flawed the Democratic Party is. How far it is from democracy truth. Because they haven't been honest with the American people. And they haven't been transparent with the American people. And they have been dishonest to the highest levels of dishonesty. And it is irrefutable. And I understand Democrats want to feel like something else is the case, but your feelings are meaningless. Because I'm not talking about feelings. As much as Democrat Mike refers back to feeling, I am not. I'm talking about fact, empirical data, things that are provable. I don't care about the feelings. You can feel any way you want to about it, but this is the reality. And this is what the world is reacting to. This is why we have Iran looking to attack Israel, why we're seeing Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis are committing acts of war and genocide, why we have Russia and the Ukraine at war, why China is attacking or pressuring the Philippines, and why Japan feels terrified. It's why America has 378 known and suspected terrorists entering our nation, exponentially more, 34 times more, 3,400% more terrorists, known and suspected terrorists entering America with the intent of killing American citizens than we have seen before. That's the fact. The Range Report asks, does Democrat Mike refer to himself as Democrat Mike? To be fair, his name is Mike, or at least he goes by the screen name of Mike. There are, at any given time, about 24 Michaels that are leaving comments in the chat at any given time, or call into the program and talk to us at any given time, about 24. So I try to find ways to differentiate, especially to the audience, which Mike is what. There's Mike Bowie, so I usually say his full name. often I use people's full name, but Democrat Mike only has Mike as his name. So I need a way to differentiate him from the other 24 Michaels that are often on the program talking, including myself. So that's why he gets called. He is a Democrat. He has admitted that. He is a leftist. He's admitted that. So that's why we call him Democrat Mike. My puppy's acting up. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He's acting up for no reason. He hasn't been feeling well. So, but to answer the question, that's why he's called Democrat Mike. Simply because I have no other way to distinguish him from the other 24 Mikes that are often on the program. It's not meant as an insult. And he knows that. And he knows that. When I came up with that term, he was online talking to me at the same time. And he knew it. So he hasn't had a problem with that. Gambling Kenny on Rumble has said, someone told me Harris is DEI smart when she doesn't do unscripted interviews. DEI smart. Well, yeah, she does rely a lot on diversity, equity, and inclusion as an excuse for everything she does. It's part of the reason why she has failed upwards all the time. Why is she running right now? Well, because her name's on the ticket and they need the $300 million that had been donated to Joe Biden. They couldn't access it without her being on the ticket. And they know, well, when everyone complains about her, if anyone is saying she's not a good candidate, they go, but she's black. But she's a woman. She's a woman of color. You have to like her. You have to vote for her because she's a woman of color. And throughout the entire week, outside of the protests and the violence of the left outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, inside, the only thing you heard was, she's a woman of color. She's a Democrat. Vote for her. That's it. Oh, I left out one. Orange man bad. That's it. Those were your reasons. She's a woman of color. Orange man bad. Vote for her. That's it. These aren't reasons. Yeah. I'm about to take care of my puppy now. But we've been on 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So in the last 3 minutes here, to round out to the 4-hour mark, because I got to take care of my dog. He's 13 years old. He hasn't been feeling well, so I do have to go and take care of him. But I do want to finish this up. Look, I'm not asking anyone to attack Democrat Mike. We don't do that on this channel. And I know my audience doesn't do that. So that's not really a problem. It's the policies. They don't make sense. It's the fact that they are so desperate. And I understand. Hardcore Democrats, people who vote straight down the line Democrat, don't even need to look at a name. All they see is D. They vote D straight down. Doesn't matter what it is. I understand that they're looking for something. They're grasping for something to justify why they're going to go out and vote. And they don't have anything because their party has deceived them. They gave them a candidate. They told them, Joe Biden was brilliant. Vote for him. They did. They voted for him throughout the entire primaries, and then they found out they were lied to. He's a zombie. He's a part-time president. And then they were told, don't worry. We have an answer. You're going to pick Kamala Harris yet. You never voted for her. But we're Democratic. We believe in the democratic system. That's why we're going to appoint and anoint someone you never voted for, that you never knew was even the choice. By the way, we silenced everyone else. We removed everyone else from the options. And the Democrats know this. They know this. And they have to, it's in the back of their head, and they're trying to fight against this. They got to find some justification. There isn't any. There isn't any. All they have are characteristics. Check boxes. That's it. And That's why this election cycle has been the worst that we have ever seen. And we desperately need to not elect Kamala Harris. We need to change our election system, the entire process. We really do. Because we are going down an authoritarian road. Okay, folks, my good friend Larry Sharp at 7 o'clock, he will be doing a live stream talking about, he will be looking at things from the third party perspective. He's a libertarian. He believes in third parties. He's a good friend of mine, even though I don't always agree with him. And he's going to be talking. I'll be watching that later. That's at 7 o'clock. Larry Sharp with an E. Remember that there is always the Liberty First Foundation. I'm on there. We're moving the show in September from Fridays to Wednesdays, but we always do a roundtable. We invite you guys to join us. We'll be updating you about the change in time next week as we go through. And I, of course, will be talking throughout the week. I want to thank Gambling Kenny and The Range Report, and yes, of course, Democrat Mike, for being involved in the show and watching it, as well as everyone else. Please help us fight the suppression. Whether you agree or not, support free speech. Like, share, and subscribe. That's all we ask for. It costs you nothing for any of those things. Like, share, subscribe. Allow us to break through the censorship that we are seeing from Google, from YouTube. Google, a monopoly. To break through their censorship and to have more conversations. Whether you think it's perfect or not, so that we have more free speech. Because that's how we protect America. That's how we get better candidates. That's how we get better laws. And the world has more stability. We need free speech. And we only get that by sharing and supporting other comments to voices that aren't our own, and sometimes even when they are ours. So I ask everyone to do that. And I do ask people to check out some of the other work we've done throughout the week. Double check and find out about the attacks against our military bases. And with that, I'm going to take off because I got to take care of the dog. But I appreciate and thank each and every one of you for taking the time to be with us today. I thank you all.